Ciao, good morning and welcome back to Madonna Karting Track here in the east of Latvia, 170 kilometres away from the capital city of Riga. Yesterday saw qualifying and 7 exciting heats. Today it's finals day with 7 pre-finals and 7 finals to determine who will be victorious here in eastern Latvia. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for today, and the circuit itself, 1,060 metres in length, 5 metres minimum track width, and it's about 1.8 metres at its 6 metres at its widest. The average lap time, depending on the class, 12 turns in all, and it really has provided some spellbinding racing over yesterday afternoon. What's more, the drivers will be comforted in the fact that the temperatures have actually declined ever so slightly since yesterday. We hit a high of around about 22 degrees Celsius. High set to be at 4 o'clock this afternoon local time here in Madonna at around about 18 degrees Celsius. But without further ado, let's have a look back at the highlights from yesterday. So we did have plenty of racing action yesterday. The breeze has picked up, by the way, in the during the highlights, but we are getting set and ready for the first of 7 pre-finals here at Madonna Karting Circuit here in Latvia. As the grid is being cleared, the 3-minute board has gone out, so the final bits of well wishes, of good luck, final bits of advice ahead of what will be a 7 minutes plus an additional lap race. There is Juris Bluxner, who took the victory yesterday and also set the fastest lap of the race of 49.217, but the number 25 of Patrikas Jokius unfortunately had a retirement on the opening lap. Everyone else managed to get by the number 25 on the start phase, but we'll have to keep our eyes off the youngster from Lithuania to see how he progresses through the field over 7 minutes plus an additional lap. The race distances, the times, they do expand for the respective pre-finals and finals. We will have a total of 12 Micromax drivers, so those wondering about the schedule, 10:44 will be the junior pre-final, 11:03 will be the senior pre-final, Minimax will be at 11:22, 11:36 for DD2, 11:55 for DD2 Masters, and then Tillotson T4, 225cc engined carts will be out for 10 laps, and then we'll get the finals underway from 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. So one of the biggest things will be that with the sun being at its highest point later on in the day, the sun gathers in intensity. I found that out yesterday afternoon at around about, just before getting on the microphone here here this weekend. But the drivers will very shortly be informed of when to start their engines, and then we'll take you through the starting grid of each of these 14 races and watch the battles unfold as they happen before our very eyes. There's Remigius Griausiunas that will be starting from the inside of row number 2 on 3rd position. Engines now firing up in the dummy grid as the drivers prep and steel themselves ready for 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. Now the green flag waves. Here is your starting grid. Juris Bluxner will start on pole position in the number 63. Alongside will be the 17 of Emilis Juozaitis. Remigius Griausiunas will be on P3. Alongside will be Armans Bujans, the number 15. Christian Skakauskis and Martins Lapins will be on row 3 in the 23 and the 18. Dominic Stargis in the 91 and Tarvidas Dagis in the number 93. That is row number 4. Completing the top 10 will be Dominic Bertans and then Carlos Bernatons in the 10 and the number 2. Rodrigo Tarins and Patrikas Jokius will round out the 12-strong grid. So we will find out how things go. There are 14 competitors due to take the start of this race. So the drivers now head on to their formation lap. It's a very, very interesting circuit through this first and second turn as they go up through what I like to call the reverse corkscrew. It's a bit of a very similar-esque in its approach if you were to come down the other way, like say turn 8 at AA at the world-famous WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in Monterey, California. But the drivers are getting ready very, very early. They've just come out of turn number 5 and they are line astern, so you can now see all drivers getting ready to go racing. It's 7 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. So Bluxner took the win yesterday and the fastest lap. If Jokius had actually managed to have no technical problems, we could have seen a very, very different race unfold in the heat yesterday. But it's now time to really go for it as Jokic has got a point to prove from the back of the grid here today, this morning. Breeze is starting to pick up once again. Drivers are at a slow pace. They want to make sure that they get through the start phase first time, and when the green flag drops, they'll be at full racing speed. But the youngest members of the Rotax racing family some wonderful viewing areas here at Madonna, especially the hill just overlooking the dummy grid and the final corner at turn number 12. Now they come through turn 11. So finals day here in Madonna for round 2 of the championship season about to get underway as Micromax come out of the final corner. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag drops first time, we're underway and racing. And it's a good start by the pole sitter. Pluxner, as they go up the hill, it's 2 abreast towards the mid parts of the field as they head through turn number 3. Down the dip, into the right, as there's going to be a change for second position. And that was Juozaitis on the inside of Kriausiunas, who got the jump on the number 17 at the start phase as they head through into turn 6, now into 7. Through into the right-hander now here at number 8. For the 90 left here at turn 9. Kriausiunas and Juozaitis embroiled in battle as they come through out of the final couple of corners through turn number 11 into the left-hander here at turn number 12. 1 lap in the books, and Pluxner's lead is going to be 0.4 of a second. Kriausiunas was right on the coattails of Juozaitis. And now looks for the move up the inside through into turn number 4. Stumbles over the curbs and has to relinquish that opportunity. But there will be others. 3-way scrap behind for 4th. Skakauskas, Bujans and Dargis. 23-15. And I think Bujans is trying to get through on Skakauskas. Look to the outside. Through in. Well, they were looking through the inside into turn number 6. But Kriausiunas right with Juozaitis as, someone's gone off the circuit. And that was coming through into turn number 10. That was the number 23 of Skakauskis, who was running 4th. Lead for Pluxner is now 0.33. Kriausiunas has just gone fastest of anybody. 49.979. One of 2 drivers along with Juozaitis in second that have gone underneath the 50-second bracket, and they are closing down on the race leader. Lot later on the brakes going through into turn number 6 was Juozaitis. Now into the next right-hander through turn 8. Now into the left at turn 9 before turns 10 and 11 at the chicane. And, well, I'm not at all surprised. Patrikas Jokis is all the way up from the back of the grid to 4th, but is going to have a possibility of maybe getting a bit further towards those. He's got just under 4.5 minutes. Sideways for Kriausiunas. And that was coming through into turn number 4, turn number 3, as they come out of turn 5. Down the short chute into the left here at 6 before the right at 7. Dominik Stargis has got past Armand Bujans for 5th position. And Skakauskis is all the way down in 12th position. Not been an easy one for the number 23, but has got some time to make up. Coming up to half-time in the race as the leaders go up through turns 1 and 2. 0.3 of a second separated the top 3. As now Kriausiunas this time makes good his intentions. Bit of a moment there for Juozaitis. He goes back up the inside through turn number 5. Juozaitis had a massive moment, walloping into the curbs. and it just bumped the number 17 wide. Kriaučiūnas was back up the inside, and then the number 17 retook the position very, very calmly. Incredible cart control from the number 17, demonstrated right there and then to not only have a massive moment, but to retake second. Keep your eyes, though, on Patrikas Jokis in fourth position. And has put in a 49.804, has set the fastest lap of this race, 49.665, as again, Kriaučiūnas still trying to close on in on Juozaitis. That was stuck the nose up the inside through turn number 5. However, the number 99 unable to make that move happen. But Juozaitis has just got to be mindful of these curbs. One wrong move onto them, and if you catch a wheel, that can spin you around quicker than you can say the word jump. As Kriaučiūnas very much on the case, trying to get through, trying to possibly give the window of opportunity his way as they come out of the final corner. Lap 6 completed, just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Kriaučiūnas again just putting the pressure on Emilis Juozaitis for that second place. Jokis at the moment is about 2.6 seconds off of this battle for second and third. It's through turn number 7 once again. So some good work by these drivers. An intense, heated battle between Juozaitis and Kriaučiūnas as Juozaitis drifts wide and Kriaučiūnas is through. That was through turn 9 and now through into turn 12. Juozaitis looks up the inside round the final corner and gets back through for second. Incredible battle for second and third position between these two youngsters from Lithuania. Room given and racing respect to boot. But that has given Pluxner the opportunity to pull away and has now got a gap of 1.1 seconds as we have 45 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap remaining in the Micromax pre-final. Coming up to 30 seconds still to go. Kriaučiūnas on that particular occasion didn't have Juozaitis running wide to facilitate that opportunity to get through for second, but they're lying astern. 2 laps to go, including this one. And it was nip and tuck between Juozaitis and Kriaučiūnas. 72, well, make that, yeah, that was pretty much not much between them, but again, Kriaučiūnas back through, and that was at turn 4, now through turn 5, and round the outside. I do not believe my eyes what I've just witnessed. Juozaitis had the presence of mind to try for the crisscross, through out of turn number 4 and through turn 5, made the move stick. Incredible. That's what you want to see when it comes to racing. Last lap board of the pre-final for Micromax will be out this time. Pluxner has a lead. It was nearly 1.5 seconds as Juozaitis and Kriaučiūnas go across the line. It's 1.789. Jokis, in the meantime, has got that gap down to about 1.9 seconds between himself and now Kriaučiūnas looking, thought about it, held back. That was through turn 3 and into 4. But Emilis Juozaitis with the drive of the weekend so far and one of the best overtakes. But the checkered flag will be out this time as our leader, Juris Pluxner, comes through into turn number 9. The number 63 now makes his way through the chicane, and it's going to be a run out of the final corner. Juris Pluxner goes 2 for 2 this weekend here at Madonna and will take the checkered, and Juozaitis holds on after a race-long battle with Kriaučiūnas in the number 99. Patrikas Jokis, you're going to have to watch for the number 25 in the final later on. Started 12th, finished 4th. 5th was Dominiks Dargis, Armāns Bujans in 6th, Martins Lapins, and the number 18 rounding out the top 7 positions. Dominic Bertans in 8th, ahead of Christian Skakauskis, who had that massive moment through turn number 10, dropped to 12th, finished in 9th. Rodrigo Taurins, Taufidas Tagis and Kalis Berntsons round out the 12 strong, all finishing 10 laps of racing. Coming up next, folks, we go from micros to juniors. So now we go on to the junior pre-final. Tom Streller has been the one to beat this weekend and proved it in the heats yesterday, also taking pole position. Oh, dramas for Alisa Stolchamani there. And that was on the starter cowling on the cart. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a drama there for the 211. But the starting grid is as follows. It's going to be Tom Streller and Kalis Kirikovs on the front row. Bruno Perle and Roran Sprude rounding out the top 2 rows. The 2.99 set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap with a 45.044. Ralf Stammers and Oliver Kerg will round out row number 3 with Ilya Sheremeta and Hans Markus Narusk on row 4. Alisa Stolchamani due to start on the inside of row number 5 with Andreas Upkalp in a 2.18, completing the top 10. Martin Korbakidze, Richard Sligstins, Richard Kekulis and Jol Kasper Joipera due to start on the back of the grid. Unfortunately, the number 225 did not manage to get past the opening lap of the race in the heat yesterday. So for this one, we go to 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Tom Streller was standing out in terms of the performances happening at Kandava in the latter part of May. You will see how the 238 gets on. Runs here with SM Racing, runs in Europe with Dan Holland Racing. So Estrella on pole, Kirikovs alongside on the front row. The drivers make their way out of the 12th and final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Junior Rotax revs rise. Green flag waves first time. And Elisa Stolchamani has to start from the back of the grid. Oh, and someone sideways. That was, I think, Ralf Stammers in the number 262. Going up the hill through turns 1 and 2. And Tom Streller has already got a couple of kart lengths lead at this moment as they come out of turn number 5 and on the run down to turn 6. So there has been a change for second position because Bruno Perla got the jump on Galis Girikovs in the start when the green flag dropped. So Tom Strela looking to extend a little bit of an advantage thus far in the early goings of the race itself. It was a Sony kart that I did see going very, very wide. And the gap for Strela now is just over half a second. And Ralph Stammers actually managed to collect himself as now Kirikov's looking for the move up the inside of turn 4 and gets through. Gets a little bit of a tap on the rear bumper, courtesy of Bruno Perle. And Roland Spruder is not too far away from these two. As some, I think that might have been, oh dearie me, more dramas for Ralph Stammers in the 262, the Latvian. Ilya Sheремeta now up into P6 behind Oliver Kerg in the 263. And there is the 255 of Hans Markus Narusk, trying to put the pressure onto Ilya Sheремeta in the 210 as they're coming through out of turn number 8, through into the left hand here at turn 9. 7 minutes and 48 seconds to go, plus an additional lap, as Narusk was actually trying to force the window of opportunity open, coming through out of turn number 10 and going into the chicane at turn 11. So the 210 of Sheремeta holds station. Stammers has dropped all the way down to 13th position and is now 8.5 seconds off of the race leader. Lisa Stolchamani. Stolchamani has now moved up into 10th position and is 0.8 of a second away from Andres Upkaup in the 218, representing Estonia. Matiko Bekidze has moved up from 11th to 8th position over the opening, just shy of 3 minutes of this junior Rotax pre-final. There's Oliver Kerg in the 263 chasing down the 299 of Roland Sprude running on the Lando Norris chassis. Sterler's extended his lead over Kirikov's to just over 1.1 seconds. There has been a change because Upkaup has been passed by Goagidze, who's now up into 8th place and is trying to get closer and closer to Hans Markus Narusk from Estonia. And that is in the 255 entry. Once again, they make their way through the turn 8 right-hand hairpin, going to the 90 left at turn 9. And Narusk is still trying to put the pressure onto Sheремeta in the 210. Sterler extends his lead with just 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap to just under 1.3 seconds. Kirikov's really pulling away now from the 219 of Bruno Perle. There is the battle once again, that's for 6th place. Ilya Sheремeta versus Hans Markus Narusk, and not too far behind, that is the 231 of Matiko Bekidze from Georgia. So whilst these two are line astern, those behind are starting to catch them up. Upkaup and Stolchamani still round out the top 10. We're on to lap number 6 of this race, with just under the halfway point, as Tom Strela extends the lead to nearly 1.5 seconds. The 238 doing a very good job at the front end of the field. There's Galis Girikovs, Bruno Perle, and it's a second now, covering 2nd to 4th position. Make that 1.4 seconds when you actually include the last driver in the top 5, Oliver Kerg from Estonia. It's 1.4 seconds covering those 4 drivers. Fastest lap of the race so far, after the completion of lap number 6. Tom Strela, 45.157 seconds as they go up the hill again. A big old train starting to form. Ralph Stammers in the 262, now up into 12th position, having had 2 major dramas. Dropped to 7th, having started on the inside of row number 3 at the race start. It was as they were going up the hill, just caught a slide and managed to catch it and reposition the kart into the right direction, so pointing up the hill rather than down it. Roland Sprude, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of anybody so far. 2/1000ths quicker than Tom Strele. And now Strele has responded. 45.076 for the 2:38. Same number that he runs in the Euro Trophy. Still a very, very clean battle here between Kirikovs and Bruno Perle for that second position. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap still remain in this Junior Rotax pre-final. And at the moment, the way things are looking, Tom Strele could be on for a clean sweep this weekend through the heat, the pre-final and the final. He's now got a gap of, it's 1.8 seconds last time around. What's the gap now? It is 1.9. Kirikovs and Perle are inseparable at the moment, but they've got to watch their six, because Roland Sprude is about 5.5 tenths of a second behind this battle for P2 and 3. Now, these three were battling away over second position yesterday, which ended up going to Kirikovs, who is in second position at the moment. The grid from the pre-final will determine the final a little bit later on. Their final will take place at 13:47 Eastern European Standard Summer Time here in Madonna. There are our runners in second and third position. And another new fastest lap by the leader, 45.024 seconds. Extends his gap to just north of 2 seconds. And at the moment, there's a really, really interesting battle shaping up between Ilya Sheremita and Hans Markus Nurusk again, as they were just over 1/10 of a second apart. But Bruno Perle is trying to build some momentum to start forming an attack on Galis Kirikovs for second place, which would effectively be on the front row for the final. Through they go into turn 10 and 11 here at the chicane. Coming up to the last minute and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Tom Strele now ducks underneath the 45-second barrier for the first time in this race. 44.971, that was quicker by nearly 1/10 in comparison with Roland Sprude's fastest lap yesterday, 45.044. Minute and a quarter still remains, and Sprude and Oliver Kirk are starting to catch the two in front, so it could be not just a 2-kart race, it could be a 4-kart race for second position. Kirikov's doing a very, very solid job to keep it in second place. Looks over the right shoulder ever so briefly as they go up the hill through turns 1 and 2. Tom Strele's lead is now just shy of 2.4 seconds as Bruno Perle is winding up, is preparing to mount an attack on Galis Kirikovs for that second position as they come out of turn number 5. 30 seconds to go. So next time around it will be 2 more laps remaining. On to lap number 13, so 15 laps in total will be completed by the Junior Rotax drivers. It was 1.3 seconds that covered second to fifth. It's just over 1.2. As the timer now hits 0, 10 minutes have elapsed. Last lap board will be out next time as Tom Strele expands his lead to 2.5 seconds. Bruno Perle, if he wants to go for second, has to do something very, very special indeed in the next lap and a bit. However, it might be better for the 219 to stay and hold position, considering the fact that these two are under the same stable. And that's at MRG Racing. Last lap is underway. And Bruno Perle puts in the fastest lap, puts in a 44.898 second lap time. Incredible pace that the juniors are setting. The colder temperatures are helping the engines to breathe a little bit more as well, especially with the breeze that is circulating around this track. But as our drivers for second and third position make their way through out of turn 8 and out of turns 8 and then into 9, it's going to be Tom Strehler who is going to come out of the chicane. The 2:38 does it again. He wins the pre-final in commanding fashion. Kirikovs will line up on the front row. Bruno Perle will be on the inside of row number 2. Alongside will be Roland Spruder. Oliver Kerg takes 5th place ahead of Ilya Sheremeta. Hans Markus Narusk and Matiko Berkidze ran at the top 8 with Joel Kaspar Joipera and Elisa Stolchamana completing the top 10. Ralph Stammers would recover after 2 dramas in the early part of the race to finish in 11th ahead of Andres Ukaup and Richard Stigsteins that completed the 13-strong grid. But Tom Strehler takes a win again. Next up, folks, it's going to be a very, very feisty category. I am, of course, talking about Senior Rotax. Their pre-final is up next. So the 3-minute board was just shown, so the mechanics have left the dummy grid. And we'll have 11 senior Rotax drivers going into competition. Over 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Tonis Johannes Domingas, the 3:52 from Estonia yesterday, not only picked up the victory in the heat, but also took the fastest lap with a 44.156. Now, we have seen improvements of the lap times of the juniors and micros in comparison with yesterday. The heat was a little bit more intense, so the colder conditions will be a bit more comforting towards the comfort of the drivers, but also the Mojo tyres that they'll be running on. So if the tyres go through a bigger heat cycle, so you can see for those watching at home, that's the front left. You can see there's always a lot of pickup in between races, and especially with a bit more rubber pickup on the right side of that left front tyre. And the Micron's chronometer, the dash display that that Tomingas has in front of him, showing rev speed, RPMs of the engine, speed, water temperature. You can see that the rev range goes all the way up to 16,000 RPM. Started, green flag waves. Let's take you through the starting grid of the senior Rotax pre-final. Tonis Johannes Tomingas will start on pole position. To his immediate outside will be the 357 of Artyom Sestakovs. Roman Rodionovs will be on the inside of row number 2 in the 362. Galis Briches in the 322 will be on the outside of row number 2. Laro Kukanice in the 380 will be on the inside of row number 3, and we'll have Estonia's Atukaru in the 342 alongside. Ket Robiseva and Dainis Grava will be on row 4. Noyas Jaralaitis, Simsep and Ditsias Sulks will be completing the 11-strong grid. As with the juniors, it's 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. The drivers now go onto their official formation lap. As all, no dramas. That is for the 377 of Ditsias Sulks, and that is actually on the outskirts of turn number 10. So the seniors being told to slow. Of course, now it's weather. Ditsias Sulks has been able to get that car started. No, that's broken down. That's not going anywhere, I'm afraid. So the 377, unless he's waiting for everyone to go past, might have gotten that engine fired up again. So it sounds like, well, Ditsias Sulks actually just roared past the commentary position at a rapid rate of knots, but the rest of the field have just come through the exit of turn number 11. 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. The senior Rotax field makes its way out of the 12th and final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag waves and we're underway. Good start by the pole sitter. Also a very good start by Artyom Sestakovs in second position, slotting in behind the Estonian as they went up the hill for the very first time. Side by side a little bit further back. So look, bit of a look there by Atukaru as he's up and over the back of somebody else. Oh, dearie me. It's all gone horribly wrong, and now there's a bit of pushing and shoving. That's Simsep behind Kate Drobiseva. Oh, the elbows have already started coming out. We're not even on the completion of the opening lap. Changes of position. That was Jaralaitis getting through, coming out of turn number 11. But leading the way is Tomingas that leads. Sestakovs, Rodinovs. That is your top 3. Kukanice in 4th. Briches and Drobiseva ran at the top 6, with Simsep up the order from 10th on the grid to start now in 7th. Atukaru, after that moment, coming out of turn number 5, is down into 10th position. And Tomingas puts in a 45.709. Expect those times to drop over the course of the race duration, as we have just coming up to 8.5 minutes to go. And Ditsias Sulks has only just passed the start-finish line. So Sestakovs right on the back bumper going up the hill through T1 on Tomingas, and was 56 thousandths behind the Estonian, and is now measuring. But keep your eyes on Roman Rodionovs on the Xpree 362 chassis just behind. Now into the left at 6. The right at 6, the left at 7. And there is Ditsias Sulks, who will have the blue flag showing. And the leaders are going to have to expediently get their way past the 377. As Carlos Briches goes in with the purple lap, 44.517. Well done there, Didzis Swords, to get out of the way, but oh my goodness me, I'm sorry, that was heart in the mouth moment there, because Brickius was coming through at a rapid rate of knots, and Didzis Swords actually nearly encroached onto the racing line there, so that was a heart in the mouth moment and a gasp from me here in the commentary position. But the top three last time round after 3 laps were covered by just over 0.38 of a second. Fastest out of the trio is Rodionov's, 44.859. Slowest was Sestikov's in second position at 44.951. As out of the final corner, lap 4 completed. Sestikov's again was within a tenth and a bit. And is just waiting for the opportunity to get through on Tumingas to maybe get that possibility of pole position for the final a little bit later on. Sestikov's won the final back at Kandava in late May of this year. And sometimes, not always about getting the victory all the time, but if you can be strategic with how you manage the kart and the tyres, you've got to have a bit of mechanical sympathy with the machinery underneath you. And it was 0.183, and Sestikovs is looking everywhere. He's looking left, he's looking right. Going up through turns 1 and 2. Just really trying to put the pressure onto Tonis Johannes Domingas, who looks over the left shoulder coming out of turn 5. And still, the gap has not been as far as 0.2 of a second between the two leaders. As Rodionovs is starting to drop off a little bit, that's allowing Carlos Brickies in the number 322 to start closing. Lap 6 completed. And again, the 322 with another fast, well, it was effectively third quickest, or fourth quickest out of the top 4. Sestakov sets a personal best, 44.474. A lot of 4s in that one. But it looks like Didzis Swords might have retired from the race. I can't see him on the timing anymore. So we have Artur Karu, and there is the 377 actually coming into the repair area. And we're now past the halfway point of this race. Sestikov's trying to put Domingas under pressure once again as they come over the start-finish line. Gap now 0.136. Sestikov's was fractionally faster by 4 1/1000ths. Left rear wheel in the air through turn number 3 for Domingas. So he tries to rotate the kart through, then get the power down. Sestikov's trying to do everything in his power to see if he might be able to get past Domingas. Could be a good opportunity for the 357 youngster from Latvia, who I first came across at the BNL Karting Series earlier on this year for round 1. Back in on the Easter Bank holiday weekend. Another last 2 laps. My goodness me, Carlos Brickies, 44.283 best lap. Last lap, as now the lead has changed. Sestikov's through on Domingas for that race lead, and now there has been another change through turn 6, now into the left at 7. Oh, it's become a 3-way scrap, and there's Rodionovs. Rodionovs is looking up the inside, and now that's Brickies that has gone past the 362. So more positional changes. Well, this has started to really up the ante. The top 4 last time round were covered by 1.4 seconds. Brickies was at the end of that train. It's now top 3 covered by 0.6. So Sestikov's managed to get through on Domingas, who then retaliated, got back through to take the lead. Rodionov's got the opportunity to get through on Sestikov's, but wasn't able to make it through, and then through into turn number 8. Brickies went up the inside of Rodionov's and got through for 3rd. But great racing between these drivers. Just the utmost respect and also the utmost courtesy when it comes to going racing. So across the line, 0.634 separate our top three again. Just under 2 minutes and a half to go. And the top three, line astern, coming out of turn 4 and into turn 5. So just under 2 minutes to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. And Dominguez starting to stretch a little bit of a lead. Well, it was until Sestikov's just dropped it ever so slightly to 0.264. And a little bit of extra momentum carried by the 357. Driver from MRG Racing. He's got his... he's got Bridges not that far behind in the 322, and then Rodionovs has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 42.212 seconds, minute and a quarter still to go. The 10 drivers that, well, top 10 covered by 11.9 seconds after just 11 laps. Lap 12 now completed. And the gap slightly expanded to just under, or just over 2.5 seconds. But look at Sestakos, he's looking to wrestle up the inside. Little bit of a touch between the two leaders. But Sestakos is through out of turn number 4 through turn 5. Now it's a four-way scrap. And Dominguez sends it up the inside, he goes wide. Sestakos round the outside. Dominguez back through to take the race lead. And Bridges and Rodionovs. Now here comes Drobiseva. Make that a five-way scrap in the tail end of this race with 25 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap to go. We've got 2 racing laps still to go. And Dominguez still holds onto that lead, but by 8/100ths. Up the hill through turn 2. Now down the dip into 3. The right at 4. And the top 5 folks were covered by just over 9/10. Sestikovs goes for the lead again through turn 5, and he gets it. Dominguez looks to the outside through into turn 6. Is he going to get the inside for turn 7? He does. He does. Bricki is trying to get through. Sestikovs trying to get through. Drobiseva up to 4th. Past Rodionovs. Timer has expired. 1 more lap to go, just over 1 kilometre remains, and Dominguez still holds on. Briquez is right there with them, top 3 covered by 1/10.5. Through into turn 2, now into 3 for the final time. Is Sestakos going to go for it through turn 5? I don't think he's close enough, no he isn't. But can he get the run of momentum coming out of turn 5, down into 6? Drobiseva might even pick up 3rd at this rate. But quite a few lead changes over the past few laps. Through the chicane, turn 10, turn 11, 1 more corner remains. Tonis Johannes Dominguez does it again. He holds on, and the sigh of relief was emphatic for the 352 right there. Incredible racing between Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Artyom Sestikovs for the race lead. Brilliantly done by all drivers, and Galis Brigis did not get the fastest lap of the race, ended up 3rd place. Great run by Kate Drobiseva. Started 7th, finished in 4th. Roman Rodionovs rounds out the top 5 and also has the fastest lap of the race. Laro Kukanice, Dainis Grava, Noyes Jaralaitis, Autokaru and Sim Sepp round out the 10 that finished the race. Unfortunately, Aditya Sulks, I think, did not make it to the end. But that is it for the Senior Rotax pre-final. Next up, we go to Minimax.
Jo, Edgar, nevar izpogāt.
Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid as the drivers make their way out for the Minimax pre-final. Mayos Mazinas, who took the win in the heat yesterday, will start from pole. Marco Plinta in the number 110 will be alongside on the front row. And on the inside of row number 2 will be the 141 of Timos Pesarica, who also picked up the fastest lap of the race with a 47.438 yesterday. Timos would have Adrian Stions in the number 171 alongside. Martins Drebe and Gabriels Christi Moises in the 113 and the 111 will start from row 3. Alex Menezes in the 126 and the 153 of Rodrigo Bagres will start on row number 4. Matis Apsits and 119 and Klavs Hans will start on row number 5, thereby completing the top 10. Ernest Sulmanis, Mark Skonanovs and Marco Veveris will round out the 13-strong grid. The good thing is, glad to see that Marco is back on. He was the one that was involved in the incident that caused the red flag stoppage yesterday. So good to see the youngster in the 166 back on the grid. Was running as high as P7 in yesterday's heat. So on this particular occasion, we will have another pre-final that will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap as the front row start getting into formation. So it will be down to Mazinas and Plinter to control the pace as they make their way out of turn number 11. So the Minimax pre-final about to get underway. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise. Green flag waves. And we're underway first time. Plinter look to the outside. Going through into turn number 1. But Pesarica gets through behind Mazinas to take second position. Adrian's Tions has Martins Dreber just behind. That's 4th and 5th as they make their way through into turn number 5 for the opening lap on this 7 minute plus 1 additional lap adventure around this 1,060 metre circuit. 12 turns in all. Now through into the right-hander here at turn 8. Mazinas coming through into 9, leading the way. Runs a little bit wider in comparison with the 3 behind. And out of turn number 12. Mazinas leads the way. What's the gap between first and second position? It's just over 2 tenths. Plinter and Tions. Well, the top 4 covered by just over 5.5 tenths of a second as Plinter now gets back through. That was at turn number 4 on Pesarica. As Adrian Tions look for a move up the inside of the 141 through turn number 5. Stumbled over the curbs and nearly lost the position to Martins Drever just behind. Tions now will try and retake that position from the 113, and that does occur on the run down to turn number 9. Through turn number 10, Moises in the 111, actually just behind Drever in the battle for what will be 5th position on the road. So Mazinas leads. Plinter back up to second. Pesarica, Tions, Dreber, Moises, Menezes. And Aptis ran out the top 8 positions as they go through in towards turn number 5 once again. Top 7 drivers were covered by 1.7 seconds. Adrian Tions, keep both hands on the wheel, sunshine. Come on. Don't know what that was all about. Now, did he see the camera and start waving? Don't do that mid-race, please. Both hands on the wheel. Unless he was just probably may have just seen a signal to him. As Mazinas leads the way as Plinter and Pesarica hold on to second and third respectively. Gap now down to 0.3. And Plinter was a little bit sideways going through the approach into turns 1 and 2. Or to be precise, at the top of the hill. But with 1.5 seconds covering the top 7 drivers, including Alex Menezes. Incredible to see. And this is the thing about Minimax. It's a bit like Honda Cadet over in the United Kingdom. You'll have everyone staying and holding station, and then with 2 to 3 laps to go, gloves come off. It's 100% guarantee. The similar could be said for Minimax. They run on similar length chassis, 950 millimeters. But Mazinas, trying to extend his lead ever so slightly, he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 47.224, and that was quicker than yesterday's fastest lap in the heat, which was 47.438, and that was done by the person in third position, Timos Pesarica, as they come through once again out of turn 7 into turn 8, coming up to just over 3.25 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And the entirety of the top 6 have been running anywhere between a 47.2 and a mid 47.3. 4 minutes down, 3 to go. Just under 3.5 tenths cover the top 3. With Tion's in 4th, that'll be 8 tenths. Gap has started to expand between Adrien Tions and Martin Strebe. Then you look at the gap between Alex Menezes and Rodrigo Kakers. That gap now has swelled to 2.9 seconds. We're on lap number 6 of this race. Back end sliding a little bit on the rear of Mazinis' Paralin chassis. That was coming through turn number 9. Lap 6 is done and dusted. We're on to going on to the top of the hill once again, as there's a little bit of a skirmish. That is 5th, 6th and 7th. Strebe, Moises and Menezes. And Strebe keeping it pinned on the Energy chassis just ahead of Moises, and the 111 is now looking up the inside. Oh, Strebe runs wide. That was through turn 7. Can Moises get the crisscross? Yes, he can, and he gets through before they hit the apex of turn number 9, the left-hander. Brilliant job there by the 111 to get through. Adrien Tions has got the fastest lap of the race now, and it's 47.132. Top 4 covered by 6 tenths as battle for 5th. As all that was the moment there for Moises. Loses out to Strebe and nearly loses out to Menezes at the same time. Through the opening 2 corners, the 111 just drifted wide and the 113 was back up the inside and got through. Coming up to the final 60 seconds. And look how close. That is not going to be just under 6 tenths of a second covering the top 4 after this lap, because they'll have 2 more to go after this one. 42 seconds. Drivers cross the start-finish line. 5.5 tenths of a second exactly between 1st and 4th. So the freight train is making its way through into the right-hander here at turn 4. Now into the left-hander here at turn 5. So it could come down to the final lap of this race as to who is going to get the jump on everybody else. Timas Peserica is really close on the back of Marco Plinter for that 2nd position. The timer is going to run out as they come through turn number 10. Time is expired. Oh, moment there. Peserica round, smacking the curbs through the inside of turn number 10. And the 141 has lost out 3rd place. Last lap board is out. Mazinas is now away to the tune of nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Oh, dearie me. Timas Peserica, that was a drama and a half. Spun the 141 round the wrong way, the youngster from Latvia. It's a real shame. Our leaders make their way through into turn number 6, now into the left at 7. And still this battle for what is now 4th position. Strebe leads that. Moitz is back up into, well, he's now up into 5th. Menezes in 6th. But it's going to be a race win. And again, Majos Mazinas from Lithuania takes the win ahead of Marco Plinter. A repeat of what happened yesterday. Adrien Tions this time takes home not only the fastest lap of the race of 47.132, but also completes the top 3. Martin Strebe, Gabriels Christi Moises and Alex Menezes ran out the top 6. Rodrigo Kakas, Matis Absitz, Klaus Hans, Timas Peserica, they round out the top 10. It could have been another 3rd place finish for the 141. Ernest Ulmanis and Max Kononovs round out the 12-strong grid. That's it for Minimax. Next up, we go to the pre-final for DD2. Engines have now started up in the dummy grid as we prepare for DD2, the pre-final. And here is your starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Patrick Knowles, Lodge Mellis in the 418. He'll be joined by the driver that put the fastest lap of the race yesterday, Edgars Vilkans, the 477 alongside him. Martins Janovskis, the 422. We'll have the 411 of Tomas Birstins alongside for company. Maxim Shurko in the 435 will be joined by Daniel Hunt in the 488. That's row 3. Row 4, Richard Zvegvargas in the 455 and Tomas Rudokas in the 426. Completing the top 10, it's Mikles Buka in the 419 and Adrian Slassis in the 415. Norris Steinbergs, Elmars Mikkelsons and Chris Jonzemis rounds out the 13-strong grid. They're about to go onto they're now on their formation lap ahead of 11 minutes plus 1 lap of racing around this 1,060 metre 12-turn circuit based 170 kilometres east of the capital city of Riga. So can Lodge Mellis go 2 for 2 this time around? Janovskis was the winner of the final at Kandava. Can it be 2 different winners in the finals from 2 different rounds of the championship so far? This is one of 4 classes that has a ticket up for grabs for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals that will take place in the Persian Gulf for the 2nd time in 3 years at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit, December 2nd to 9th. Lodge Mellis and Vilkans now bring the field to a crawl. The drivers make their way out to the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? DD2 heads into battle for the pre-final. Green flag waves. We're underway first time in a good start. Both by the front drivers on the front row, but Janovskis has managed to get his way up into second past Vilkans as they go over the bumpy undulating surface through turn number 3 down from the crest of the hill. Vilkans again was looking up the inside of Janovskis as they come through into turn number 6, now into the left at 7. Vilkans is swarming all over the back of Janovskis for second position, and a little touch on the curbs nearly unsettles the back end of the 477, and now Vilkans is up the inside through the final corner on Janovskis. Tomas Birstins is there with them as well. Behind them, we've got the 488, that's Daniel Hunt, as Tomas Birstins was looking very, very racy, and he's up the inside through turn 5 on Janovskis for P3. Brilliant work there by Tomas Birstins in the 411. We're only a minute and a quarter into this race, and it's starting to become a little bit of a classic one, with great battles, great racecraft being showcased. Lodge Mellis has the lead over Vilkans of just under 6/10 of a second. Vilkans has put in the fastest lap of the race, 44.187. Birstins and Janovskis line astern heading into turn number 5 once again as we're on lap number 3 of this race. Vegvargas, who started down in 7th, now up into 5th position as Janovskis trying to look for a way past Tomas Birstins once again. Maxim Shurko, the Lithuanian driver in the 435, now up into 6th. Daniel Hunt down to 7th position. He's got the likes of Rudokas, Dannebergs and Mikles Buka just behind, and they round out the top 10. Vilkans again, 43.723 as Janovskis looking again to try and get through on Tomas Birstins, but to no avail. Vilkans is closing. This is 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Take that into consideration. 11 minutes. Sometimes it's not always about going flat out from the word go. Over the course of the race itself, what will transpire is that the drivers are having to manage so many different factors. Gap now down to 3.45 tenths of a second. So Lochmelis, last time around, was just under a tenth slower than the driver behind him. So that just goes to show you never can tell how the race is going to unfold. And that's quite significant when you think about it. But Lochmelis, keeping good account of himself, leaning to the right as he goes through the left-hander at turn 10. And through the left-hander at turn 12. The drivers will sometimes go to the right-hand side. And what this does is actually help with the adhesion. Helps with the mechanical grip of the Mojo D5 tyres underneath them. Martin Janovskis has put in the fastest lap of the race, 43.513. And he's trying to keep with Tomasz Birsins in third position. They now make their way through out of turn number 7 to the top 4. Maxim Shirko, in the meantime, has started picking up the pace. He's just done a 43.6, and he is 1.3 seconds behind Martins Janovskis. Was actually just a tenth, exactly a tenth and a half slower. The gap is coming down, slowly but surely. Vilkans another fastest lap. 43.391 as Janovskis looking for the move up the inside. That's through turn number 4, and Janovskis back up into third position past Tomasz Birsins. Waited for a few corners just to measure that move up and get it done, and that's exactly what happened. Tomasz Birsins' presence of mind effectively shown there. He knew that Janovskis was going to close in, and in some respects at this stage of the race, you don't always want to be fighting tooth and nail, because first of all, that could provide a conflict of interest to yourself. Second of all, that's a conflict that you want to avoid. You don't want someone steamrolling up your inside and you're going to turn in and defend the racing line. If you do it too early, you might outbrake yourself and leave that door open. The other one is where you defend, you turn in and it's too late and the cart behind you has nowhere to go and is up the inside and you both come together. It's not what anybody wants at this particular stage of a race weekend. Because first of all, you're going to have to say sorry to your mechanic who's going to have to start doing whatever rebuilding phase that is required for the chassis. But Vilkans has slowly but surely been closing in on Lochmelis. Coming up to 5 minutes to go. Lochmelis has just responded with the fastest lap of the race, and though 43.314 seconds for the 418. Running with MRG Racing and is on the Birol ART. Edgars Vilkans running with the RM Latvia crew on the Sodi karts. Sodi, the brand run by Bertrand Pignolet in France. We're also in competition this weekend. Senna van Valsten, I understand, a former senior Rotax driver himself, who also has been at several of the grand finals helping Sodi kart with the chassis. That is a massive moment on the start-finish straight. And that was Ricards Vec Vargas, who was running 6th at that time. I think Ricards is going to need to probably just check his underwear after that one, because that was a big, big moment. And it's at one of the fastest points on the circuit. So while Vec Vargas had crossed the line in 6th, I would imagine that's probably going to be more towards the bottom of the top 10 for the 455. However, Lochmelis has started responding. Oh, get this! Lochmelis has done a fastest lap of the race, faster than Vilkans in the heat yesterday. Yesterday it was a 43.262. today in the pre-final, 43.151. There are the two leaders. The gap was nearly 0.6 of a second last time around, so what you can do is try and get a little bit of bragging rights before the end of the race, saying, well, I got the fastest lap of the race in the heat yesterday. Well, I got the pre-final fastest lap this morning. Gap was just over 5.5 of a second. It's now dipped to 0.42. Janowski's still rounding out the top three. Berestins might be just doing a little bit of conservation. If Berestins was in P3, that will give the 411 from Latvia the opportunity to start from the inside of row 2 and thereby be right behind the pole sitter and get the potentially good hole shot going into turn 1 and 2 up the hill. Well, he's still got just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap to maybe facilitate that overtaking opportunity. And at the moment, all 13 drivers rounded out by Adrins Lasis last time around were covered by just under 13 seconds. 5.5 now between first and second position. Janowskis and Bertins, between them it was just over nearly 2.5 of a second. Bertins, however, was quicker by just over 80 thousandths of a second. I think that 83. Actually more like 73. So less than a tenth between the pair in terms of lap time delta as we head into the final minute and a half. Plus an additional lap. Lochmelis will bring us across the line to complete lap 13. And the gap between him and Edgars Vilkans has stabilised to about the tune of 5.5 of a second. Meanwhile, Tomasz Berestins was just over 20. Well, he's 22 thousandths quicker than Janowskis on that previous lap, and he nearly ends up into the back bumper of the 422 as he braked into turn number 6. I don't know if he might have caught some pickup there or something, but the kart just seemed to pitch its nose under braking. And then Berestins nearly had a drama of his own right. So 45 seconds plus an additional lap remain in the DD2 pre-final. Lochmelis now has a half-second advantage over Edgars Vilkans, and it's Martins Janowskis and Tomasz Berestins. They're battling over P3. Maxim Shurko in 5th position, Daniel Hunt 6th, Norris Denbergs, Thomas Rudokas, Michelis Buka and Chris Jean-Zemis ran at the top 10. Mikkelsons, Vegvargas and Lazis complete the running order. Everyone's still circulating though, as this could be very, very close to the wire as to whether we do get the last lap board out. We might. We just got in at the nick of time. So lap 16 out of 17 underway. As the timer hits 0. And still Martins Janowskis and Tomasz Berestins embroiled in this battle that has been happening for the last few minutes here in DD2. That's for third on the road. That'll be third. So the inside of road 2 for the final later on today. The finals will start at 1:30 p.m. local time. That's Eastern European summertime. So UK time, that's 2 hours ahead. Continental Europe, you're an hour behind us. So last lap underway for this race, and Lochmelis fractionally slower on the previous tour, but well over 0.5 of a second up the road from Edgars Vilkans. So it'll be provisionally at this moment when Lochmelis crosses the line. It'll be a repeat front row for the final. And through into turn 10 and 11. Lochmelis does it again. He's out of the final corner, takes the checkered and wins the pre-final for DD2 ahead of Edgars Vilkans. Martins Janowskis takes P3 ahead of Tomasz Berestins. Maxim Shurko rounds out the top 5 Ahead of Daniel Hunt, Norris Dennebergs, Thomas Rudokas, Michelis Buka, Chris Jonzemis, Almars Mikkelsens, Ricards Vargas, and Adrian Slazis, completing the 13-strong total time, race time for Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. 12 minutes 21.404 seconds. Fastest lap of the race by him on lap number 10 was a 43.159. 2 more races to go to close out the pre-finals for round 2 of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and Latvian Karting Championship season. We go to DD2 Masters up next. So the engines have fired up for our pre-final for DD2 Masters. The grid gets released, and here is your starting order. On pole position, it's going to be Martinas Stankiewicz. Mikolas Mazinas will be alongside, so it's an all-Lithuanian front row. Ivar Zus and Ilya Aloskins will be on row number 2, with Martins Roles and Armand Gangs rounding out the top 3 rows. Ricards Kaln seems to have that slight unfortunate touch with Mikolas Mazinas, whilst battling away for second position, will start 7th, ahead of Juris Zalaitis in the 5.11. Kristaps Galiksons and Mariana Baranovskaya will complete the top 10. Margus Kingu, Rudis Klavins and Prit Sai will start. We'll round out the 12-strong grid. Prit Sai, after that moment, there was contact between himself and one of the other drivers. Trying to remember the name of the individual, but it was a Sodi kart, so it was, I think it might have been, it was Juris Zalaitis, so they both tumbled down the order. Prit Sai unfortunately retiring from the race as somebody just kicked up the dust off of the runoff area coming out of the final corner. I think that might have been Juris Zalaitis in the 5.11 on the Sodi kart chassis doing that, the Iron Latvia driver. And after this, we'll have one more race to conclude the morning's action here on finals day for Rotax Max Challenger Latvia Round 2 and the Latvian Karting Championship, which includes the Tillotson T4s. The Tillotson T4s will be up next, and they'll have a 10-lap pre-final. Fastest lap of the race last time around, Mikolas Mazinas on lap number 13 of the heat with a 44.221 second lap time. But it's Stankiewicz and Mazinas that will be leading the way as they come through to the towards the 12th and final corner of this 1,060-metre circuit. The drivers now head out of turn number 12. Are we ready? Are we steady? DD2 Masters in the tram lines. Green flag waves first time. Good start by our pole sitter Stankiewicz. Mazinas slots in behind to cover off the driver in now 3rd position, Ilya Aloskins, who got past Ivaras Us on the run up towards turns 1 and 2. As they come out of the, well, Prit Sai's already made up 2 places, so up to 11th is the Estonian in the 5.19. as there has been a little change. Ivar Zus back up the inside, and there is the 515. That's Martins Rollis that has got through as well. So 2 Sodi carts through on the 599 of Ilya Aloskins as they come across the line. So Armands Kanks rounds out the top 6. We're covered by 2.5 seconds at this moment. There is Jurasolitis up to P7. Has got Ricards Kaunsims in the 509 right behind. Ridis Klavins up to P9. Pritsai up to 10th now. As here's the lunge. Zolitis up the inside, and that was 2 for the price of 1. Ricards Kaunsims take a bow on that one. And here comes, that was Klavins up the inside of the Paralin chassis. Tankevicius in the meantime has got a 6/10 of a second advantage as we're fast approaching the completion of our next lap. As now that was one of the Sodi carts off the circuit. Sideways and then some. That was the 515. Martins Rollis had a big old Code Brown moment coming out of the final corner, was completely sideways and kept the throttle pinned, and it pointed and went into the same direction as where the cart was facing. Well done there, well held. Fastest lap of the race now, Mikolas Mazinas, 44.899. As we're coming into just over 8 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap still to go. Good battle here, that is Ricards Kaunsims closing in on Ilya Loskins. That's for 5th place. Tankevicius now responds with the fastest lap of his own, 44.703. Mazinas 44.899. Gap now stretches to just under 9/10 of a second. Kaunsims looking to try and get past Ilya Loskins for that 5th place as they go into the left-hander at turn 6 and now into the left at 7. For the right-hander here at 8. Kaunsims is just measuring up the 599 from Lithuania as they come out of turn number 10 into 11 at the chicane. Kaunsims might get a good run up the hill as they come out of the final corner. Yeah, it's within a cart length. Oh, and who on earth was that? That was Pritsai doing a Martins Rollis through the final corner. Pritsai has already gotten up to 9th place from the back end of the grid, so good work by the 519 representing Estonia. Coming up to just 3.5 minutes of this 11-minute plus an additional lap pre-final for Masters. Kaunsims still right with Ilya Aloskins, but for how much longer is the question that needs to be answered. It's not going to be through turn number 9. Is it going to be through turn 10? No, a little bit of a bump and run and a bump over the curves to the 509. Through into turn 12 they go, and that is Jurasolitis. The 511 as Kaunsims is trying everything in the playbook. Sideways left here, right there on the curbs. Oh, when he drifts wide, he bumps over the curbs, and Zolitis is around the outside on the approach into turn 5. And the 511 from RM Latvia are unable to oblige and get through. But still some really, really good racing at this moment. Pritsai, I think, might have just made up another position, having maybe gotten past Rudis Klavins, who was thumping the steering wheel in frustration yesterday after a technical problem caused drama for the 569. Pritsai is now up into 8th place and is closing on the likes of Zolitis, Kaunsims, Aloskins and Rollis. There's only 2.5 seconds between 8th and 4th, and just over 6 minutes to go plus an additional lap. There is time. Mazinas in the meantime has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 44.495, and is 6.7 of a second behind our race leader there, Martinas Tankevicius. Ivar Zus now in 3rd ahead of Martins Rollis. Gap between them is just over 9/10 of a second. There is going to be a change, and that was the 5.99. Aloskins loses out to Ricards Kaunsemis on that particular occasion, and now has the 5.11 of Juristolitis. Here comes Britsai up the inside. Tries to get through at turn number 7, but the Estonian very, very quickly has the door shut in the general direction of his front Nassau panel and has to decide not to go for it. So from Britsai, look to move up into 7th. The big €64,000 question to be answered right here, right now is how much further can Britsai get through? Well, he's going up the inside of the 5.99. He's got through on Aloskins, and Aloskins nearly lost a position there to Rudis Klavins in the 5.69. 4 minutes and 23 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this DD2 Masters pre-final. Klavins closing in on Aloskins for that place. That is for 7th. Lead is now 6.5 tenths. Fastest lap of the race now, 44.397 seconds, courtesy of Mikolas Mazinas in the 5.75. And there is Klavins closing in. And on Aloskins, the 5.90 on the 5.99 as they're coming through turn number 8. There's going to be a little bit of a hustle here, I think, by the 5.69 on the Birol ART chassis through out of turn 10. And there is a couple of the other drivers. There is Kaunsemis and Zelaitis battling away over P5. 3.25 minutes still to go. It's anyone's guess what else might transpire in this DD2 Masters pre-final. And we saw coming through, that was Mariana Baranovskaya in the 5.26. A lap down off of the rest of the field, but still running in 13th position. Juristolitis is just, oh dearie me. Britsai got a tag on the right rear, and that nearly threw him off the circuit. Baranovskaya, I think inadvertently, was trying to keep out of the way because the blue flags were waving, and Britsai tried to keep it around the outside to get through. It's down to the responsibility of not just the driver being shown the blue flag, but also people trying to get around as well. But this battle here, this is the Leitzis versus Kaunsemis for 5th place on the road. Tankevicius has 6/10 of a second advantage over Mikolas Mazinas. But this battle here is going to be one that we're going to watch. Britsai now up into 7th place and is not that far behind those in front. Just over 5.5 tenths separate the two leaders at this moment. So Britsai is now a second behind Juristolitis. So Zelaitis is going to need to get past Kaunsemis very, very quickly indeed if he doesn't want an attack from Britsai, who's behind him in the 5.19. One of two Estonians running in this field is Britsai, who did compete for Team Estonia at the Grand Finals in Portimao last year. There are two race leaders with 1.25 minutes still to go in this race. Gap was 6/10. Fastest lap of the race, 44.139 for Mikolas Mazinas. No surprise really that it was faster than yesterday, but not by much. Just under a tenth actually. 0.81 if you, well, 0.82 if you want to be 0.082 seconds was the differential between the fastest lap in this race and yesterday's heat. Coming down to the final 40 seconds. So after this lap, there'll be 2 to go. And between 4th, 5th and 6th, it is 1.4 seconds. Half a second separates the two leaders. as they go up through towards turn 3, down the dip into the right-hand hairpin here at 4. Stankiewicz has kept the lead. A bit of a pop and a bang from one of the engines as they came past the commentary position off of the start-finish straight. Stankiewicz doing the very best thing of just keeping out of harm's way and making sure that just trying to get through on the opposition. That was probably Margus Kingu that they got through on the 572, who beached the kart yesterday in the heat with a couple of laps to go. Time has expired, one more lap remains. Stankiewicz looking to continue that clean run of form. Up the hill through turns 1 and 2. Mazinas is just over 4 tenths behind. Ivalsus in 3rd. Then we've got Martin Zorolis, Ricards Kansemis. Then we've got Pritsai up to 6th now, having gotten past Urisalitis, and that was a start from 13th on the grid. Up 7 positions is the 519 from Estonia. Aloskins now rounding out the top 8, ahead of Rudis Klavins and Armand Kanks, who complete the top 10. But it's going to be 2 for 2. Martinas Stankiewicz wins the race, and it's a Lithuanian 1-2, courtesy of Mikolas Mazinas. And Mazinas picks up the fastest lap of the race of 44.139. Ivars Us takes 3rd place. Martin Zlolis 4th, ahead of Ricards Kansims, with Pritsai, Urisalitis, Ilya Aloskins, Rudis Klavins, Armand Kanks running at the top 10. Kristaps Kaliksons, Markus Kingu and Mariana Baranovskaya completing the 13 strong, all finishing at the checkered, with Baranovskaya a lap down off of your race winner here, who is Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania. Next up, to conclude the pre-finals, it's 10 laps of racing around this 1.06 kilometre circuit. It's Tillotson T4s up next. So, time to get underway with our last pre-final here at Madonna. It is Tillotson T4. Yanis Chudovs was the winner of the heat yesterday. Starts from pole position after a very action-packed 6 laps. We've got 10 for this one. Alice Gladkins, Christopher Skaune, then we got Petris Russa. That is row number 2 completed. Kirill Dimitrevs and Daniel Petris Berzins round out row 3. Roland Stripe and Juris Kalvelis complete row 4. Elisabetta Johan Sulce complete is 9th out of Rudolf Toms Bersins, who rounds out the top 10. Davis Almans, who actually managed to finish 11th at the end after some post-race penalties in the heats, having started from the back of the grid due to an exclusion for being underweight in qualifying by 0.6 of a kilo. Raivio Dripe will be alongside on row 6. Martin Zritovs, Dacic Rosberga, Antonins Klinkans, Liga Dripe, Christianis Kaune, Gerslav Skans and Iveta Agmenkalne, the latter of which unfortunately retired on a DNF after lap 2 out of 6. We've got 10 laps of racing. Now, I was slightly wrong with my information yesterday, but it's a 225cc high-power, low-maintenance racing engine. It has a PVL digital RPM limiter to 6,500 RPM. It helps to maintain long engine life and provide a wide RPM power band. And they have just over 15 horsepower from these 225cc engines. Very distinctive rumble. 100cc more than the Rotax Max Evo engines that you've been hearing all the way through the morning in the pre-finals. But it's Chudovs and Gladkins on the front row. And the field now makes its way into position. Last couple of drivers just getting into their right position. So 19 drivers, 10 laps of racing. Tillotson T4 enters into the tram lines. Revs start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag waves and the rumble of T4s head towards the top of the hill for the first time. Chudovs leads the way. Up the hill they go. Too wide. Around about at the bottom part of the top 10 as everyone's trying to make it safely through, and they do so going into turn 3. So leaders bring us around turn number 5 on our opening lap of this race. Through into turn 7, and into the right-hander here at turn number 8. Davis Salmons was the winner at Kandava last time out at the final. They'll have 20 laps of racing on these karts. As Chudovs leads the way, 0.2 over Christopher Skarni, who now is in second place, the 915. Alice Gladkins rounds out the top 3, but the 915 of Karni looking to get through on Chudovs for the race lead. Can this happen through turn number 5? No, it doesn't. They stay line astern. A little bit more strategy involved. We're on to lap 2 out of 10. And Dice for 4th. Petris Rusa, Kirill Dimitrevs and Juris Kalvelis are battling away. They're squabbling over 4th place. Behind them, they've got Roland Stripe. Good work by Elisabetta Johan Sulce, who's now up to 8th ahead of Daniels Petris Berzins, as we're about to complete this lap. Chudovs leads the way. Gap is just over 2 tenths, exactly 3 tenths cover the top 3. They've started to effect a breakaway. 1 second between Gladkins and Petris Rusa in 4th position at the moment. Dimitrevs, Kalvelis, Felipe Johan Zulce and Davis Zalmans up to 9th ahead of Daniels Petris Berzins. Andres Klinkans sets the fastest lap of the race, 50.849. Fastest lap of the race last time was by Harris Gladkins, a 50.812. So we'll have 7 to go after this one, as we're on our 3rd lap of the race. Still very much line astern between the top 2. Gladkins has dropped off by about 2 to 3 kart lengths. So that's lap 3 in the books. 3 down, 7 to go. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup will be taking place later on this year. As Christopher Skarni tries to get through on Chudovs for the race lead. That was coming out of turn number 5, but the 901 held his ground and held his nerve at the same time. Some of the great battles here. Differing racing lines being taken by some of the drivers as they look to get the opportunity. But here comes the 988. As Petris Rusa getting back through on Kirill Dimitrevs. That's for 4th place. Davis Zalmans has got through into 8th place now and is slowly but surely climbing the order. When it's a 20-lap race, Zalmans is going to be the one to really, really watch. The other ones that we've got to watch are the 2 at the front of the field. Chudovs and Kalniet still line astern. They were 99 thousandths of a second apart after the respective laps that have taken place. So 4 so far. After this one, we'll be at half-time. So coming towards the conclusion of lap number 5 out of 10. here in the Tillotson T4 pre-final. Kristianis Kaune in 13th has just put in the fastest lap and has gone quicker than Gladkins' lap yesterday. 50.751 is the fastest lap of the race by the driver in 13th position. And look at the train behind Petris Rusa. Kirill Dimitrev's looking to get back through. Juris Kalvelis and Davis Salmon's now up to 7th. And it's just slowly but surely, and now it's going to be 6th. Great move there by the 949. As there's a side-by-side contretemps just briefly happening. There's one coming out of turn number 5. That'll probably be between Beresins and Sulce. Not too sure who might have gone through. It might have been the 925 that has just made that move stick. So we're past half distance. After this, 60% of the distance will have been completed, and then we'll have 40% to go. Davis Zalman's now up into 6th place, putting Kirill Dimitrev's under significant pressure. Coming out of the final corner, and there is also Petris Rusa just up ahead. Top 3 covered by just over 4.5 tenths of a second. And still, the battles wage on up and down the order here in Tillotson T4. Leaders last time covered by 0.46. There's the battle for P4. Petris Rusa battling away with Kirill Dimitrev's, and there's just Davis Zalman's just waiting to pick up the pieces. Juris Kalvelis has got Elizabeth Johan Sulce and Daniels Petris Beresins just behind. Kristianis Kaune has now moved up to 11th position. As our leaders again come across the line, the gap was 0.461 last time. It's now 0.4. With Gladkins the fastest by 2 1,000ths of a second. And Kristianis Kaune has just put in a 50.436. Incredible pace by the number 910. As someone's just gone very, very wide. I think that might have been Petris Rusa. That is the case, because Dimitrev's was through, and then Davis Zalmans now is finding himself in 4th. Oh, we've got 2 more laps to go after this one. So Davis Zalmans started from the back end of the 19-strong grid for the heat yesterday. Finished 11th after post-race penalties yesterday evening, and now is up into a genuine 4th position. Bit of a clumsy moment there for Petris Rusa, going wide off the circuit. Dimitrev's and Zorchi now up into 5th and 6th. Petris Rusa has dropped down to 8th. Coming up towards the final few moments of this 10-lap pre-final for Tillotson T4. And Yanis Chudovs still leads the way as Kirill Dimitrev's tries to get through on Davis Salmans, but it might be to no avail, because we're going to have just over 1 kilometre to complete, 1.060 kilometres to be more precise, as we have 1 more lap remaining. So last lap board is out, and Chudovs has got a lead, 6 tenths. Kaune and Gladkis, and oh dearie me, that is the 996 Roland Stripe, who was running in, well, was running quite significantly higher than where the cart is now, was running about 13th, 14th, well, was running about 14th position. As Chudov still leads the way as we come into the final few throws of the pre-finals here in Madonna. But Yanis Chudovs has done everything right, not put a wheel wrong in this race. And then out of the final corner, checkered flag waves. It's 2 for 2 for Yanis Chudovs in the 901, finishing ahead of Kristofers Kaune. Hannes Gladkins rounds out the top 3, and another great performance again from Davis Zalmans, from 11th on the grid to P4. Kirill Dimitrev's in 5th, Daniels Petris Beresins 6th, ahead of Petris Rusa. Ravio Dripe, Elisabetta Johan Solce rounds out the top 9 ahead of Andris Klinkans. who completes the top 10, covered by 7.7 seconds. Then it was Rudolf Toms Berzins, Gerrit Slavskans, Dacia Grossberger, Iveta Akmelikane this time finished the race after 10 laps and finished P15 ahead of Christianis Kaune, who was 13th at one point and put in the fastest lap of the race, 50.436 seconds, with Martin Zritovs rounding out the 17 that finished all 10 laps, with Roland Stripe unfortunately coming to a stop with just 2 laps to go. And that concludes the pre-final stages of the second round of Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and the Latvian Karting Championship here at Madonna Karting Circuit, just 170 kilometres east of the capital city of Riga. So we'll be back just before 1:30 this afternoon as we go into the business end of the weekend. It's time for the finals. Who will be victorious here in Madonna? Join us a little bit later on, as we'll see you very, very soon after the lunch break. Ciao for now. Ciao, good afternoon. Welcome back to the karting circuit here in. I'm trying to get the pronunciation right, but Madonna, I think it is, or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll go with what I've been saying all weekend long, Madonna. So it's been an interesting one from pronunciations, but a big thank you to people that have actually been able to sort of like talk to me directly. It's Alex Goldschmidt in the commentary position, just off of the right-hand side of the start-finish straight, and we're getting an array for our finals here at this 1,060 metre circuit. 12 turns in all, maximum width of 6 metres, and we have had some great action, some fantastic overtaking. We've had a few moments along the way, but we are at the business end of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania and the Latvian Karting Championship. The season in just 21 days' time will go to the 333 Sport Complex in Rotax between the 30th of June and the 1st of July, and then it will return to the same circuit on the 21st and the 22nd of July for round 4, which will also coincide with the second round of the halfway point of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. Then it goes to I think it's Smiltene in the early part of August, which would just be 14 days after round number 4, and then Jelgava will host the final round on the 15th and the 16th of September, just 42 days after round 5, and then at the end of 121 days we'll find out our champions for 2023 and award 4 tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain between the 2nd and the 9th of December. Mini, Junior, DD2 and DD2 Masters are the classes that have a ticket up for grabs this season in 2023. But before we get underway with the finals, let's have a look at the highlights from this morning's pre-finals here in Latvia. Here is your starting grid for the Micromax final here for round 2. Juris Pluksner and Emilis Juozaitis will be on the front row. Remigius Kriausiunas rounds out P3 with Patrikas Jokius row on P4, completing the second row of the grid. Dominic Stargis and Martins Lapins round out row number 3. Armands Bujans and Dominic's Bertans round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10 is Christians Skakauskis and Tavidas Stagis, with Carlis Bernssons and Rodrigo Tarins completing the 12-strong grid. Pluksner have taken 2 wins already here in Madonna, and the sun has intensified in terms of the amount of sun that's actually hitting the circuit, as some of the drivers making their way through down the top of the hill off of turn number 3. As I walk back over to the commentary booth, I did see, it's sort of like the view that I've sort of looked at on my way back to where I'm sitting currently, and quite deceiving how steep that is, especially when your backside's millimetres off the ground. It is a lot steeper on camera than it actually looks in real life, but then when you walk up to it and then get a real understanding of the gradient, then you sort of like think, oh, if my bum was scraping millimetres off the ground, I would think it's quite a steep climb. But we had a fantastic battle in the pre-final between Juozaitis and Kriausiunas for that second position, but Pluksner looks to have the opportunity to get the final here in Madonna as the drivers make their way through the chicane. And then we head. So I did say keep your eyes on Jokius, who is in on the outside of road 2. The Micromax drivers going to the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final gets going now. The green flag drops. And our pole sitter already gets the whole shot, and it's 2 abreast. A little bit of jockeying for position. Dominic Stargis was in there, nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 3, and there's a little bit of a touch. It's pinball wizardry at its finest, and that includes, I think, Juozaitis involved in that in some respects, but probably through no fault of his own. Just making his way up, staying in 4th place at the moment as the leaders have got on a breakaway. Now Jokius up the inside. That was on the 91 of Dominic Stargis, as they now go side by side on the approach into turn 9, but the number 25 stays in front for the meantime. We're about to complete the opening lap on this 1,060 metre circuit, and leading the way it's Pluksner by just over 2.5 tenths. Then look at the battle for 5th. Juozaitis leading that one with Lapins, Skakauskis. Bujans also involved in the number 15. And the top 10 ended up by Dagis from Lithuania, covered by just over 3.4 seconds. So the gap between 2nd and 3rd last time around was just under 1.4 seconds as things stand, as Kriausiunas tries to close in on Juris Pluksner. This is a longer race, so unlike the pre-final, there is going to be a little bit more of an opportunity for others to employ a different strategy this time. The sun has gained in intensity And that can cause a problem with the tarmac underneath the tyres heating up, as we've got a little bit of a lunge attempt going through into turn 3. Someone has made it through, and there's going to be another attempt. That was the 15 going through, I believe. Well, I think it was the 15. Armans Bujan's making the move. And there is the number 18 of Martins Lapins in front of the number 23. And that's Skakauskis. So leader comes across the line to complete lap number 3 and has just put in a 49.640. Juris Bluxner leads the way by nearly a second of Remigius Karashiunas. Patrikos Jokius up to P3. It has just put in a 49.6, so is less than half a second behind the driver in P2, and there they are, heading through into the right-hander here at turn 6. Jokius looking for the run of momentum through turn 7. He's about a kart length behind, moves himself forward into the seat as if to will it on and go forward. And now through into turn 9, 99 versus 25. Through into turn 10, and now into the right-hander here at 11. Before the left at turn 12. And that gap was half a second. It's less than a tenth. It was 98 thousandths. So Jocius, as soon as he gets through on Kriaušiūnas, we have a race on our hands. Once Jocius gets through and he's going to look up the inside, that was so nicely poised. So nicely poised by the number 25. But Kriaušiūnas will not want to give that one up without a fight. But if Jocius can start pulling along and catching Plugsner, then there is a chance. Jocius on that previous lap was only 6 1,000 slower than the race leader in terms of overall lap pace. So lap 5 completed, and the lead is now 1.561 seconds. Kriaušiūnas trying to do his best with Patrikas Jokius at this particular moment, but the number 25. So it's Latvia being represented in first position, second and third. It's Lithuania. Dominik Stargis and the number 91 ahead of Emilis Juozaitis. And your top 5 are covered by just 4.2 seconds. And there is a change because Juozaitis was right with Dominik Stargis in the 91 on the Esprit chassis. But the number 91 managed to get that position back. There is a little bit of battling behind them. Lead now extends to 1.6 seconds. Plugsner puts in another fastest lap of this race. 49.301. And there are still battles up and down the order. Oh no, that is the number 77. Rodrigo Taurins that has gone off the circuit and ended up backwards onto the grassy hill. But to look at the lap times, Plugsner and Jokius are the only drivers that are going in the 49.3s. Gap is 1.6 seconds, as we've got the battle for fourth place coming into shot right now. Oh my goodness me! Jokius has just taken a whopping nearly 0.8 of a second out of the race leader. The gap down is now down from just under 1.6 to just over 8.5 tenths. 49.484 for Jokius Plugsner. 50.252. So has Plugsner had a little bit of a mistake that has just occurred to put the number 63 on the back foot. Just gone under 4.5 minutes of this 11-minute plus an additional lap final. Gap was 8.6 tenths. And Pluxton's now made a little bit of an amends for that one because he's just put in a 49.431, over a tenth and a bit quicker than Patrikas Jokius in second position. Remigius Kriausiunas is a further, it's quite a further bit away, 1.276 seconds. Then it's 3.4 seconds to the next driver, Dominic Stargis, who has Emilis Juozaitis not too far behind, just over 0.3 of a second back. So the drivers making their way through turns 10 and 11 once again. Pluxton's lead has dropped ever so slightly. Well, it's just increased actually. 1.15 seconds, was just over a second after lap number 8. We're on to lap 10 now. And there is the number 17 of Emilis Juozaitis. Armand Bujans not too far behind in the number 15. Skakauskis in the number 23 is behind them. Juozaitis goes on the defensive. Juozaitis' left side pod has definitely picked up some war scrape. There's some battle scars in the meantime. But Williams has the run. This is going to be up into turn 1 and the number 15. Does he get through? They tangle sidewalls and the 15 sideways but holds it through turns 1 and 2 and loses out to Christian Skakauskis in the process. Williams had the run coming out of the final corner, went side pod to side pod with Juozaitis, and they made a slight bit of sidewall contact. Skakauskis fending off Bujans quite notably through turn 6. And on this particular occasion through turn 8 and into 9, the number 15 is back into 6th position. Coming down to the final 1 minute and 45 seconds plus an additional lap of this Micromax final. And Skakauskis still waiting for that opportunity to get back through for what will be 6th position. But Emilis Juozaitis has not quite gotten away. Is all bit sideways. Through into turn number 6 was the 15. Still managed to hold on to that one as well. Wasn't as significant as the previous time. As we're just under 60 seconds remaining, there's going to be an opportunity for 2 more laps, not including this one. So we're on lap number 13. And between this quartet here, between Juozaitis, Bujans, Skakauskis and Lapins, they were exactly 0.4 of a second apart from 5th to 8th. Pluxton will go on to the penultimate lap of this race as we head towards 0 on the timer. But now the timer has expired. Juris Pluxton's lead is now 1.8 seconds. There was a little bit of an attempt there by Juozaitis. And Skakauskis has gotten through. And retaliation. Oh, over the back of the bumper. Was that Martins Lapins? That was over the back bumper. Looks to be on Skakauskis. And Juozaitis manages to stay ahead of them for the minute. But next time around, Juris Pluxton will get the final lap board. The 63 from Latvia has been unassailable in all 3 races. Here this weekend, 170 kilometres east of the capital city, Latvia, Riga. And there is your race leader heading into turn 5 for the final time. 2.139 seconds, his race advantage over Patrikas Jokius. And Pluxner also has the fastest lap, 49.046. On lap 14, we are literally seconds away. And it was Jokius at the opening round at Kandava. Here at Madonna, it is going to be in the final, the number 63. It is Joris Pluxner that takes the win after 15 laps, ahead of the winner of the final last time out, Patrikas Jokius. What a domination by the number 63, the youngster from this very country, from Latvia. Patrikas Jokius, well, had a fight back after a DNF in the opening race of the weekend. Came fighting back, finished 4th in the pre-final, started 4th here, and takes the runner-up spot in terms of the final. Remigius Kaniausiunas takes P3 ahead of Dominic Stargis, Amans Bujans, Emilis Juozaitis, Christian Skakauskis, Martins Lapins, with Dominic Bertans, Carlos Bernsons, and Taufida Stagis rounding out the 11-strong grid. So Pluxner is your provisional winner of the Micromax final here in Madonna. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we go to final number 2 of the day. Junior Rotax coming up shortly. So the Junior Rotax grid heads out onto this 1,060 metre circuit. The final is going to be over a duration of 15 minutes plus an additional lap. Here is your starting grid. Tom Strele and Carlos Kidikovs will be on the front row. Bruno Perle and Oliver Kerg will be on row 2. Followed by Roland Sprude and Ilya Sheremeta. Row 4, Hans Markus Narus and Mate Kovahice. Row 5, in completing the top 10, Joel Kaspar Jopera and Elise Stolchamane. Ralf Stammers, Andreas Upkau, Richard Rikstins and Richard Skikulis round out the grid. So as I said earlier on, it is going to be 15 minutes plus an additional lap for this final race. Tom Strele took pole position in time qualifying. Won the heat yesterday afternoon, and this morning by a convincing margin won the pre-final. He also was the winner of the final at Kandava. So who will triumph in Madonna? We are literally going to be about 16.5 minutes away from finding that question being answered. The drivers make their way through the 12th and final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? The junior Rotax has the green flag waving, and we're underway. Once again, a good start by the pole sitter Tom Strehler as they head up the hill, down through into turn number 3, and a little bit of a touch from behind sends Elisa Stolchamani slightly wide. Someone has just gone off at turn 3, has rejoined the circuit. As there is the 255 of Hans Markus Narus that has just got through on one of the other drivers. Could be Oliver Kerg, so that might be a change for 5th position. There's 231. Mate Kobahidze battling away with the likes of Jorkaspar Jopera from Estonia. Drivers come across the line to complete the opening lap. Tom Strehler has the lead of just over 0.3 of a second. Kalis Kirikovs, Bruno Perlet and Roland Sprude ran at the top 4. Hans Markus Narus now ahead of Oliver Kerg, who's dropped to 6th. Elias Sherameta in the 210 is in 7th, ahead of Mate Kobahidze. Jorkaspar Jopera and Ralf Stammers, who's now made his way up to 10th position, having started 11th on the grid. Which saw that the 262 ended up having 2 incidents on the circuit. .13.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. As we look, as the drivers filter their way out of turn number 12. Kirikovs, however, is not wanting to let Tom Strehler get away with this and pick up 2 finals this season so far. Up the inside, that's through. Oh, Roland Sprude nearly up the inside of Bruno Perle there, going through into turn number 5, the 299 up the inside of the 219, and the former had to back out of it a little bit further back. That is the, oh no, we've had an incident, and that is the 225 of Joel Kaspar Joipere. And I think the other one in that one might have been, well, looked to be more than likely, not too sure who else it was. Might have been Andreas Upkalp, not 100% sure, couldn't really make out the race number on that one. Oliver Kerg being handed by Ilya Sherameta. Mate Kobahidze is in 7th position and is trying to close everybody down just in front. But look at the train at the front end of the field. The top 4 last lap were covered by 1.571 seconds. That's probably not even a second that top 4 is now covered by, because everyone has closed in on Tom Strehler as they come through turn 11, through into turn number 12. Gap was 0.194, it's been halved. And Kirikovs has just set the fastest lap of the race. Top 4 were covered by just under 7/10. After 4 laps of racing, we still have 11 3/4 minutes to go. So, folks, place a bet. Who are you going to put your money on? Is it going to be Strehler? Is it going to be Kirikovs? Is it going to be Sprude or Perla? Who knows? So that is now lap number 5 in the books. Sherameta now up into 5th place. Keep your eyes on Stolchamani though. Was up the inside. Oh, Kirikovs was looking up the inside of Strehler. And now that is Bruno Perla that's got through. Now it's going to change again. Down into turn number 6. The 209 of Kirikovs back in front. Roland Sprude wrestling with the back end of the 299 as he tries to get past through on Bruno Perle for 3rd position. And this is again going to give Tom Strehler the opportunity he needs to get away, because that gap was just over 2/10 Looks like it could be more than double very shortly. Across the line they go to complete another lap. It's 4/10. 6 laps completed. And everything's falling into Tom Streller's lap at the moment right now. Because whenever they start battling behind him, that is where the trouble starts. Bruno Perle says, well, if he's half a second up the road, we're not going to be able to catch him. Well, Carlos Kirikovs is now 4/10 behind. So if you can keep Tom Streller within that window of half a second in front of you, if you're the driver in second place, you've got a better opportunity to close that gap, and especially coming out of turn 12 and down the start-finish straight up the hill through turns 1 and 2. Lap 7 completed. Kirikovs has just responded with the fastest lap of the race. Gap now down to 0.33. Top 4 covered by a second. And Tom Streller was the second quickest out of the quartet. He still leads, but with 9 minutes and 20 seconds still to go on the clock plus an additional lap, how much longer could it be before Carlos Kirikovs overtakes the 2:38? As the right rear drifted a little bit wide as Tom Streller rotated the kart through turn number 10 out of turn 12. Gap was 0.33, it's less than that, 0.125, it's been more than halved. And Kirikovs senses the opportunity is there for the taking. And now he looks up the inside for the race lead, and he's got it! Carlos Kirikovs takes the race lead on lap number 9. Through turn 5 on Tom Streller, who's coming under fire from Bruno Perle. They exchange a little bit of sidewall and side pod. Coming through into turn 8, now into turn 9. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game on right now as Kirikovs has started pulling away. It was 1.25 tenths of a second. He's now made that into, that is a 0.5 of a second advantage. From 1.125 back to 0.426 in front. That is a half a second pendulum swing. And Kirikovs knew it had to happen. Had to wait. Had to buy time. And then deliver on the mark. So now we have got a race on our hands, folks. Because Tom Streller now needs to start fighting back, and I can guarantee you he will. Also, Bruno Perle and Roland Sprude rounding out the top 4. They were 7/10 apart from one transponder 1 in that row to transponder number 4. Oliver Kerg is 5th, and he's 3.4 seconds away. Ilya Sheremetyev and Alisa Stolchamane ran out the top 7. Mati Kobahidze down to 8th. Ralf Stammers has recovered up to 9th, ahead of Andreas Upkop at this moment. Joel Kasper Joipere is in 11th, ahead of Hans Markus Narusk, who's dropped all the way down to 12th. Tom Streller now says, I want that race lead back, Carlos Kirikovs, and I'm going to make sure that I keep you guessing as to when I'm going to pull the trigger. The top 4 were covered by 6.5 tenths after 11 laps. We still have 6.25 to go. This race isn't done yet, not by a long shot. Through turn 10, now 11. The run to the fast left-hander here at turn 12 to go back onto the start-finish straight. Some drivers will use a little bit of that run-off curb on the exit. But now the top 4 covered by 0.6 of a second. This is heating up. You're going to want to see this grandstand finish right now, because with 5.5 minutes to go, it's anyone's guess Pick a card, any card. It might not be the one that wins you that hand on the blackjack table, but for one lucky individual, that'll work. Tom Sterler now has got Bruno Perla right behind in the 2-1-9. This just goes to show that when it's the final, it is about bragging rights. Who's going to go to the 333 Sports Complex in Rotax in 21 days' time with their head held high? Well, with 5 minutes to go, we've already completed 2/3 of the timer. So Tom Sterler might have a little bit of a game plan in action here in this junior Rotax final. So at the moment, with 4 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock to go, Galis Kirikovs in the 2:09 leads the way. Tom Sterler in the 2:38 second. 2:19, Bruno Perle rounds out the top three as they come out of the final corner. Roland Spruder, fourth. Oliver Kirk, Ilya Sheremetya, Aliza Stolchamane, Ralf Stammers, Matko Behidze, Andres Ubkart round out the top 10. And Tom Sterler through into turn 4. He retakes the lead on lap number 14, on lap 15. Oh, it's happened again. Roland Spruder. But it's not just a change for first. Oh, no, no, no. Bruno Perle has got through for second. And now the 2:09 of Galis Kirikovs has to battle away with Roland Spruder for third place. The hits, they keep on coming, don't they? Jo Kaspar Joipera, Hans Markus Narusk, Rikards Rikskins and Rikards Kikulis round out the grid. And Sterler has put in the fastest lap of the race so far. That was on lap number 14, 44.910. Still going to come down to the wire on this one. With 3 1/4 minutes remaining. Bruno Perle looking a little bit differently in terms of the application when it comes to the racing line. How can I outwit? How can I outfox the driver in front of me? I want to get a win, says Bruno Perle. I don't want Tom Sterler to be at the front end. 0.15 of a second separating the top two as Sterler sideways through turn 1. Crisscross happens now into turn 3. And Sterler keeps it pinned to the outside. That's absolutely magical. Magical stuff there from Tom Sterler. But Bruno Perle, I have to give that driver a shout out, was putting so much pressure onto Tom Sterler. But what this has done, folks, it's like the never-ending story. A new chapter gets written when you least expect it. So Kirikovs back in. Spruder back in. Signals being given to the race leader, Tom Sterler, who leads the way. It was less than a tenth. It's now nearly a quarter of a second. Tom Sterler being very, very aggressive as the front right bumps up and down as soon as it hits the sausage curbs, going into turn 1 and 2. Coming into the final 2 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap. Kirikovs is not out of this. Not out of this by a long shot. He's in every single step of the way. And he has been catching. And he was only 6/1,000 slower than Tom Sterler last time around, as we are about to complete our 18th lap with just under a minute and a half to go, plus 1 lap of racing here in the Junior Rotax final. Lead now is 0.276. Top 3 covered by 0.562 of a second. Spruder has started falling a little bit further behind. He's 0.8 off of second place. But then it's a big difference, nearly 4 seconds, as there has been a change in the meantime. Behind Oliver Kirk, Aliza Stolchamane has got past Ilya Sheremetya for 6th position. Ralf Stammers has now got past Matko Behidze, with Jo Kaspar Joipera rounding out the top 10. 2 laps to go. The leaders cross the line with just over 36 seconds remaining on the timer. And Bruno Perla was again looking very, very racy. And look at Kirikos, who's looking up the inside through into turn 4. Side by side, wheel to wheel, and Kirikos keeps it pinned. Round the outside on the entrance into turn number 5. And Kirikos wants to provide something special. Wants to showcase that Tom Strella is not the only one that can win a race here in this championship. Timer hits 0. One more lap remains. Tom Strella has just under 1 kilometre to go, and his lead is now 8.6 tenths of a second. But Kirikos was definitely high and mighty and had every reason to do that and get the job done to demote Bruno Perla back to P3. Coming into the final few corners of this race, and the 2:38 of Tom Strella has been unwaverable, unflappable, unmeasured. As the 2:38, I know his dad Armands is going to be absolutely happy with this one. Thumbs up as he comes out of the final corner. It's 2 for 2 for finals in Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Tom Strella does it again, and he sweeps the weekend. Pole position in time qualifying. Great sportsmanship between him and Carlis Kirikos there on the slow down lap. Tom Strella, pole position in time qualifying. Won the heat, won the pre-final, and now he's done it all. He's won the final, and he won by 0.76 of a second. Carlis Kirikos takes P2 ahead of Bruno Perla. Both were in contention for the victory in the final. Roland Spruder, Oliver Kerg round out the top 5. Shout out to Aliza Stolchamani rounding out the top 10 on the starting grid. She finished in 6th ahead of Ilya Shelemeta. Ralph Stammers starting in 11th, finished in 8th ahead of Matin Kobahidze with Jog Kaspar Joipera, Hans Markus Nerusk, Andres Upgaup, Richard Riekstins and Richard Kekulis rounding out the 14-strong grid. There you go. 2 finals for Tom Strella. 2 different winners so far in Micromax. Patrikas Jokius and now Juris Bruxner. But this time we go on to the big one. Senior Rotax, the final, coming up next. So now we go on to our Senior Rotax final. Same amount of time as the juniors, 15 minutes plus an additional lap. Here is your starting grid. Pole position, it's Tonis Johannes Domingas. Alongside will be the 3:57 of Adjom Sestakovs. Galis Brisis and Kate Drobiseva will be on row number 2, numbers 322 and 350. Roman Zorodinovs in the 362 will line up on the inside of row number 3, will be joined by Georgia's Laro Kuhanidze in the 380. Danis Grava in the 353 will start 7th on the inside of row 4. Alongside will be Noyus Gerolaitis in the 361 with Artokaru Simsep and Dizis Sults rounding out the 11-strong grid. So the drivers will now be on their formation lap ahead of 15 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And then we will be at the halfway point of the finals. So after this we'll have Minimax, DD2, DD2 Masters And rounding out the show with a 20-lap finale, it's the Tillotson T4s. So the drivers now at a snail's pace. As we gear up, we get ready for battle. Into the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise. Senior Rotax final. It's green flag racing. And we are away and go up the hill for the first time. Dominguez gets the start he wanted. As there's a little bit of concertina effect, a bit of side pod to side pod, sidewall to sidewall as they head down the hill into turn 5 on the opening lap of this race. And Tunis Johannes Dominguez has got the lead early. About 2 kart lengths at Artyom Sestakov's in the number 357. But Kate Drobiseva from outside of row 2 now is P3. So keep your eyes on the 350. Lado Kuhanidze has just gone up to 5th position. Now he's up into 4th and is chasing down Drobiseva for 3rd place. As a little bit of a touch from behind by the 322 of Brisis on that particular occasion, was not able to get through on Kuhanidze. So no change at the moment for 4th place, but there's going to be a change for the lead. Artyom Sestakovs alongside Dominguez and gets through. Now the inside line for turn 9. The Latvian's got it, but the Estonian back up the inside through into turn 10. And there is Kate Drobiseva joining the party. 3 line astern coming out of the final corner after the 2nd lap. And it was 2 tenths covering the top 3. Sestakovs and Dominguez, a perfect textbook showcase of how you race in seniors. Clean, providing room, and more importantly, racing respect between 2 drivers. That is what is crucial. That is what is very, very crucial at this point. Kate Drobiseva last time round put in the fastest lap of the race, 45.286. Now we go on to lap number 4. Roman Rodionovs has just put in a 44.871 as Sestakov's at it again. He was looking towards the inside of turn number 3. Would have put him on the outside for turn 4 and might have enabled him to carry the momentum through into turn 5. But there was no room in the inn for that one, I'm afraid. Drobiseva, Kuhanidze, Rodionovs, Brisis and Karu round out the top 7. Artur Karu started 9th, now up 2 places. 12 minutes to go. And unfortunately, Gerolaitis has dropped to the back end of the field. Sestakov still keeping Dominguez very, very honest indeed. Was looking a little bit tighter on the apex through turn number 2, swarming all over the back of the Estonian coming into turn number 5, and he's looking for the lead again. Is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Racing room is given, but Dominguez fires straight back up the inside, and there goes Drobiseva. There goes Drobiseva right up the inside to take 2nd position. 2nd position off of Artyom Sestakovs. Incredible racing awareness by the 350 who started on the outside of the 2nd row. Folks, this is an epic race. Kuhanidze has dropped down behind Rodionovs, who's now up into P4. Can anyone hear the Jaws music burning in their ears? Because I sure as heck can right now. But again, with it being a 15 minutes plus 1 additional lap race, the strategy again comes into play. And at some point, there's going to be that one person that makes the right move at the right time. They'll also be the person that makes the wrong move at the wrong time. So, from that perspective, we'll wait and see how this plays out, shall we? Lead gap now just over 0.3 of a second. Drobiseva under pressure from Sestakovs for second place as they go down the dip over the undulating bumps going through, as that is this is trying to go through on Kuhanidze. So Kuhanidze keeping 5th place at the moment, was up to P4 just a few minutes ago until that all changed, courtesy of Roman Rodionovs. Top 4 last time were covered by just over 0.8 of a second, nearly 8.5 tenths. But this has been a very, very interesting first third of the race. Carlos Brices has just gone fastest of anybody in the previous lap, but now Dominguez now responds with a 44.327 second lap time. Sestakov's trying to look to get past Kate Drobiseva. The 350 is now, now right, there we go, up the inside. Sestakov's back up into second. Keep your eyes on Rodionovs. What does the 362 have in the pockets? At the moment, no cards or no cards to show or magic wand to wave at this particular juncture. But with 9 minutes 10 seconds still remaining on the clock, Dominguez now has a lead. That is more than half a second. More than half a second at this point, and it goes to 0.65. And another fastest lap in the books as well for the Estonian. 44.313. Sestakov's won at Gandavar in the latter part of May. And Dominguez wants to make it 2 different winners from 2 different finals so far this season. And the way things are going, if the race was to finish right now, it would be the case. However, now, anything can and invariably will happen. What does happen, we don't know. The future hasn't been written yet. It's being written as we speak. So with 8.25 minutes to go, Sestakovs has now responded with the fastest lap of the race, 44.099. Gap now down to just over half a second. Kuhanidze and Brices still battling away over that 5th position. They are dropping time to Rodionovs, who is 1.7 seconds up the road. So this is another great battle, another example of drivers looking to be strategic, some using a differing line, especially if they're the kart chasing the one in front. You can sometimes use it to help shift your momentum and also the centre of gravity of the kart in some respects by taking a different line, and if you can go a little bit wider into the corner. Okay, you're not necessarily going to hit the apex. What you're going to do is carry more speed through the corner, but you've got to be mindful enough, as we're now going to see. Rodionovs was sideways. And he's bumping over the curbs. Romans Rodionovs sent it up the inside of Kate Drobiseva, going through into turn number 3, went sideways, bumped over the curbs, coming out of turn 4, and made an absolute pig zero of that. But there was an opportunity for the 362 to get through on Kate Drobiseva. But you can be guaranteed that Rodionovs is going to, again, just start pushing and start getting that kart a little bit quicker and get into a rhythm. You know, hitting curbs, back end sliding out on karts, it can be a bit of a distraction. But you go like, oh no, I've made a mistake again. The best thing to do is, okay, I've made a mistake. Let's just crack on, shall we? That's the mental attitude that these drivers will have. That if there's a mistake, they'll go, look, I'll learn from it. I'll look back over the footage on the race, and we'll go from there. Data is also very, very important at this level of competition. But we'll see how things proceed. Just over 6 minutes to go. Dominguez has a lead. It was just over nearly 0.3. Sestakovs has nearly halved it. 0.171. So battle for the race lead between these two is still very much on with just under 6 minutes to go. Sestakov's best opportunity seems to be carry the run and momentum up the hill through turns 1 and 2, go into 3, go on the brakes a little bit later than the person in front, and then line it up. So go to the outside coming out of turn 4, which gives you the inside line for turn 5. Kate Drobiseva still battling away with Romans Rodinovs. Lado Kuhanice and Kalis Brisis still battling away over 5th and 6th. So we've got 3 two-way battles. The race lead, 3rd and 5th position. Sestakos is lining up. Dominguez waiting and anticipating what the Latvian behind him does. Same with Drobiseva versus Rodinovs. Same with Kuhanice and Brisis. This is quite crucial, this last 5 minutes. Because sometimes if you are behind a cart in front, first thing that's going to happen, you're going through some dirty air, which means less turbulence for you to do. Second of all, less requirement to put the foot straight to the floor. But it might hamper your tyres because you're right in behind somebody. But now, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Sestakov senses that there is a window of opportunity coming, but won't know when it is, and is going to have to anticipate and react to it accordingly. So 0.168 was the gap between first and second after 14 laps. We're just about to complete lap 15 very, very shortly, as our leaders will do now. And it was 0.237. These two have pulled away from Kate Drobiseva to the tune of 2.9 seconds. That window is only going to start expanding because if you are in the position of Kate Drobiseva right now, with Romans Rodinovs trying to get past you, you're going to want to defend that position. Now, Drobiseva has already showcased some defensive masterclasses this weekend. And here against Rodinovs, who is a very, very quick peddler in his own right, is not having an easy time trying to keep with Drobiseva. 3 minutes to go. Gap 0.186 between first and second position. Sestakovs is within half a kart length into turn 5. Not pulling the trigger quite yet. But look at the rundown into turn 6 here at the right-hander. Now it's the left at 7. You can see that Sestakovs is just using Dominguez as a yardstick, a measuring board, if you will. Anticipating what the Estonian in front of him is doing and then reacting, maybe taking the same racing line to stay in that dirty air as we've got 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Gap now 0.184, and they've put 3.8 seconds between themselves and Kate Drobiseva and Romans Rodinovs, who was just over a tenth behind, has all now back marker. There was a back marker there, but here is the lead. Oh, they're swapping sidewalls now. 2 minutes to go, and the race starts right here, right now. Sestakovs went, I'm going for the lead. Dominguez went, you're going to have to get past me to do so. And I'm not going to make it easy. Lap 18 completed. Gap 0.174. Sestakovs has a better run of momentum going up the hill, down it into turn 3, into turn 4. He's half a kart length behind the race leader. Through into turn 5. Does he go through this time? No, he does not. But with just over 60 seconds to go, Sestakovs has to start pushing now. Drobiseva still keeping Rodinovs at bay for P3. Brisis has got past Kuenite for that 5th position. Sestakos is now winding up. Is he going to look for the inside move this time? Because we've got 35 seconds on the timer. We're going to have another lap off this one. So 2 to go. 3 including this one. We're on lap number 20 of this race out of lap 22. Kuenite has dropped back behind Brisis to the tune of 1.6 seconds. Leaders cross the line with 8 seconds remaining. 2 laps remain. Sestakos was closer still, 0.137 of a second. He'll have this and one more lap to go. Is he within lunge range? No, he's not. He's got to put everything into sizing up an opportunity either on this lap or the next. They are line astern coming out of turn number 7. Into the right-hander at 8. Sestakos goes for it. Tumingas runs wide. And now it's going to be a crisscross. Oh, and the leaders have collected each other. The leaders have collected each other. And through goes Rodinos. And oh, no. Rejoin from Tumingas. Bends the back axle on what would have been. That's heartbreak. That's absolute heartbreak for Kate Drobiseva. Romans, well, the thing was on that, going through into turn number 9, Artyom Sestakos went for the move. Tumingas was not going to give way, and it was the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. And out of that question being answered, neither of them came out on top. That is a real shame. A real shame. What transpired afterwards, Rodinovs got through, and my heart goes out to Kate Drobiseva, but Rodinovs wins here in Madonna after drama going on to the penultimate lap through turn number 9. He wins ahead of Tonis Johannes Tumingas by 3.9 seconds. Could have been a very different one too after what transpired had Tonis Johannes Tumingas not gone onto the circuit right into the path of Kate Drobiseva, who will be out with 2 laps to go. Carles Brises takes 3rd. Lado Kuenite takes 4th. Artur Karu takes 5th out of Danis Grava Simsep. Noyes Jaralatis, Dizis Sols rounding out the top 9. Artyom Sestakos took the fastest lap of the race, but would be out with 2 to go, and so would Kate Drobiseva. The most dramatic conclusion I've seen for a very, very long time in a senior Rotax final. There will be a slight delay whilst we have a clean-up operation in progress, but up next, it's Minimax, the final. Takes 5th out of Danis Grava Simsep. rounding out the top 9. After a very dramatic conclusion to the senior Rotax final, it is time now for the mini max final, which will take place over 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Here is your starting grid. Majos Mazinas will start from pole position and will be joined by Marco Plinta on the front row. Adrien Stions, who took the victory in Kandava last month, will start from the inside of row number 2, with Martin Striebe starting on 4th position. Gabriel Christi Moises and Alex Menezes, sorry, trying to get the words out right here. Rodrigo Kakas, Matis Apsits, Klaus Hans, Timus Pesarica, who had that massive spin in the pre-final, will start 10th. Ernest Ulmanis, Max Kononovs and Marco Veveris will round out the 13 strong grid. We will have 11 minutes plus an additional lap, and then we'll be past the halfway point of the finals. We'll have 3 after this. We'll have DD2, which has had a little bit of a development since the pre-final, post-scrutineering. And we also have DD2 Masters, and closing out the show, it will be the Tillotson T4 final, where 19 karts will go into battle over 20 laps of this 1,060-metre circuit. Dions took the win at Kandava in late May. Who's going to win here in Madonna at this particular juncture? We're going to find out in about 12 and a half minutes time. Mazinas on the front row, Plinter alongside, into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Mini-Max final gets underway with the green flag dropping. And it's side by side initially up the hill, but Adrien Stions gets a great launch in the start phase and goes up to P2. Move through into turn number 3. That was the that was one of the karts, so couldn't really. I think that was Timus Pesarica who got an absolute flyer as well from 10th on the grid. Might be. Just going to have a look and see where the 141 is. Might be in 5th position. If that's happened, that is the mother of all launches right there and then. And that is the case. There is the 141, who's ahead of the triple one of Moises at this moment. But it's Mazinas that leads the way. Tions in second as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Third, it's Marco Plinta. 4th is Martin Strebe. Timus Pesarica up from 10th on the start phase to 5th after the opening lap ahead of Moises. Alex Menezes. Followed by the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas up to 8th place. Matis Apsits goes down to 9th. And in 10th position, it's Klaus Hans. We're a minute and a quarter into this 11-minute plus 1 additional lap finale. And Mazinas has been the one to beat. Took the win in the final, took the win in the heat yesterday, took the win in the pre-final earlier on today, and is leading the final. But 9.5 minutes in karting can feel like an eternity, because keep your eyes on the guy in second position. Adrien Stions was 95 thousandths behind Majos Mazinas, and there is Marco Plinta along with Martin Strebe and Timus Pesarica, who's just put in the fastest lap of this race, 47.502 seconds by the 141 that had a massive spin whilst being P3 in the pre-final earlier on. Now we have a race on our hands. So the drivers come round the final corner to complete lap number 3. 0.187 between Mazinas and Tions. Peserica now up to 4th and charging forward, just puts in a 47.578. Top 3 trying to break away. Marco Plinter trying to close in on Adrian Tions. Mayos Mazinas holding on to that race lead. We're on lap number 4 as they come through into the right-hander here at turn 6. Now into the left at 7. A lot of momentum is needed in this particular section of the circuit. But if you can get a good run going through turn 8, you can line it up for turn 9. Mazinas has got to worry about running wide through turn 9, because if he does that, that opens the door for the 2 behind to be straight through and pass like a rat up a proverbial drain pipe. And there's the change for the lead. Adrian Tions is ahead of Mayos Mazinas. Here comes Marco Plinter through at turn 4. The 177 from Lithuania is dropping positions. And there's Peserica right into the side of Marco Plinter and drops positions. That's the 113 of Martin Strebe that's just got through. Peserica could have been a little bit more patient there, I think. But now it goes back up the inside of the 113. Through at turn number 8. But Adrian Tions has timed this right. And with 7 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, that is a big lead. That's a big lead. From 60 thousandths behind to 6.5 tenths of a second in front. That is over a 7/10 of a second swing in the favour of the 171. Marco Plinter stays in second for the meantime, but Mayos Mazinas does not want to stay in third. Has won both previous races and wants to do a clean sweep. But sometimes when you get to the final, you could be the fastest person out there. But if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Tions, however, was in the right place at the right time. However, I'm going to go back to a point when I said that 9.5 minutes is an eternity. So is 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And that's how much longer, plus the additional lap. Well, Mazinas better be careful with the front bumper there. Don't want to, if it's a slight tap, it's not going to, the thing is with front fairings, it is a very, very delicate art form to manage overtaking, having the slight bit of not avoidable, but unavoidable contact where you are braking, and sometimes it can happen where you can actually clip a curb with the front of your kart and the bumper clips to be pushed in, thereby giving you a 5-second time penalty. So with some of these curbs here at Madonna being very, very high, I would try and stay off them as much as possible. However, now at 5.25 minutes to go, Adrian Tions. His lead was 6.5 tenths. It's been truncated by nearly 2. 0.468. Tions Peserica still has the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap number 6, so 47.199. But Adrian Tions wants to have 2 in the bag. 1 final from Kandava, 1 final here from Madonna, going into Ropazzi at the 333 Sport Complex in just 3 weeks' time. And that camera shot just personifies how fast these drivers are going through turn 12. Even these youngsters in Minimax, they're probably pushing north of 85 kph. And Mazinas now takes the fastest lap of the race, 47.062. Marco Plinter is not wanting to hang around much longer, I think, with just under 4.5 minutes to go. Wants to get past Adrian Tions and get that race lead and go for the W. But Mazinas is the dark horse here in this top 3 battle for the race lead. However, just keep your eyes on the person who's a second behind, the 177, Tions Peserica. 1 second behind. 4 minutes to go. That gap will be possible to close in. Now it started going down. It's less than 9 tenths as Mazinas, going through turn 2 at the top of the crest of the hill, is looking up the inside of Marko Plinta. Now, is the Lithuanian going to go through at turn 5? No. Down this run through into turn number 6, then into the left at 7, the right's coming up at 8. The top 4 last time were covered by 4 tenths of a second. And that was after 9 laps. We're about to go into double digits here as they come through turns 10 and 11. Now through into turn 12, into double digits. Lap 10 completed, top 3 covered by 0.466, and Mazinas was looking up the inside through on Plinta through turn 1, had to back out of it straight away. Was not far enough alongside to get the measure of the 110, and then it would have been playing a game of mini-max chicken right there and then. It's like, who would budge? Given the choice, I don't think anyone would. But if you are at that point on the circuit that you are close, and whilst that happened, Perserica closed up to within 7 tenths of Mazinas. That's more than halved, that gap. That's probably going to be about 3 tenths. 3, maybe 4 tenths. Because we're about to go on to lap number 12 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the timer remaining. Adrian Tions is holding that gap steady. 3.5 tenths. Yeah, I thought so. That gap now, Timas Perserica, fastest lap of the race, 47.013. And the gap between 3rd and 4th is 0.3, just over 0.3 of a second. It's, by my reckoning, that'll be 0.35. 0.335. Now here goes Mazinas up the inside through turn 8 on Plinta. Plinta trying to go towards the outside. Oh, gets squeezed and onto the grass. And is sideways, holds on for dear life, and he gets through. Kicks up all the dust back onto the circuit. And that was the 126 of Menezes that's got through. So after that moment there for Plinta, Perserica now fancies an opportunity to get through. Oh, hold the phone right there. Wallops the curb and makes the car understeer to the right-hand side going through turn 2. Perserica was very, very lucky he didn't go onto the grassy runoff area off there because there's nigh on none of it. But we come down to the final minute of this race. The complexity of it has changed several times over its duration. Been running at 47.1s at the minute. We are going to get 2 laps to go. 43 seconds as Adrian Tions leads the way. 3.5 tenths of a second between him and Marius Mazinas. Timas Perserica, 0.718 behind the race leader. Head of Martin Striebe, Alex Menezes, Gabriel Christi Moises. Marko Plinta is in 7th and catching the 111 from Latvia. Matis Apsits in 9th. Klaus Hans, Ernest Ulmanis and Max Kononovs rounding out the 12 strong. Viveris not racing after what happened earlier, but we are coming down to the last few seconds. If Marius Mazinas wants this victory, this is where it starts. It's going to be the final lap of the Minimax final here in Madonna. Tions leads the way, but it's just under 2.5 tenths between first and second position. Down the hill through turn 3 for the final time. Into the right at 4. Is Mazinas going to bring something special? Or is Adrian Tions going to hold on for victory? Out of turn 5. Down the short chute. Into the left, into the right here at 6. Mazinas needs to be closer than this to go for the attack. But I don't think it's going to happen. Out of turn 8. Turn 9. 3 more corners to go. 3 more corners to go. Turn 11. Turn 12. And it's 2 finals out of 2. Adrian Tions wins here in Madonna. Brilliant job by the young man in the 171. Once he got the lead, he did not look back, and I know his mum's going to be absolutely beaming with joy, with a smile right over her face. Adrian's Tions slowing down and just saying to Mazinas Peserica, thanks for a great race, guys. Adrian's Tions, winner in Kandava, now winner in Madonna. Well done to him. Peserica, a great fight back from 10th on the grid to finish 3rd. Well deserved, well earned. Tions wins ahead of Mazinas, Peserica, Dribe, Menezes, Moises, Plinter finishing in 7th ahead of Kakaras, Abzits, Hans, Olmanis and Kononovs. That is your 12 strong, but Adrian Tions takes the win provisionally here in, and he's going straight over to his mechanic and saying thanks for really helping me out this weekend. Kart was mint. So we're past the halfway point in the finals. Next up, folks, you're going to hold on to your hats and go along for the roller coaster ride. That's the DD2 final coming up next. So we get underway with the DD2 final. After the pre-final, it was found that Patrick Knowles Lochmelis was underweight post-pre-final and has been demoted to the back of the grid. So your starting order is as follows. Edgars Vilkans will be on pole position. Alongside him will be the winner of the final at Kandava, Martin Zinovskis, alongside on the front row. Tomasz Birstins and Maxim Shurko, row 2. Daniel Hunt and Thomas Rudokas, row 3. Michaelis Buka and Kus Jonzemis, row 4. Completing the top 10, Norris Denbergs and Elmars Mikkelsens. Rickard Vegvargas, Adrian Lassis, and keep your eyes on the 418 of MRG Racing's Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, who starts from the back of the field. As soon as I found out that result, I went, you are going to see a driver possessed. And that driver is going to be Lochmelis. He's going to be fired up. He's going to be ready to take that start and scythe through the field. But also, the person at the front end who's starting from pole position, Edgars Vilkans, has had a little bit of, I will not say the word confrontation, but has had a little bit of history with Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. But he'll need, and he's going to make them wait a little bit longer. And now the field starts to slow to a crawl. It's Edgars Vilkans on pole with Martins Janovskis alongside on the front row. We now up the ante even further. It's 16 minutes for DD2 and DD2 Masters plus an additional lap. Tillotson T4 will close out the show. They had 10 laps for their pre-final. It's 20 laps for the final. So Janovskis won at Kandava. Who's going to win here in Madonna in the sunshine, 170 kilometres east of the capital city of Riga? DD2 heads into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag drops the first time of asking, and we are underway. And a good start by Birstins, who slots in behind Vilkans, and Lochmelis is already looking to make moves. He's already up through. He's up 2 places. He's up to 11th by the time we've hit turn number 4. Field makes its way down towards the right-hander at turn 6 for the first time. Vilkans has early pressure from Tomasz Birstins. Change for 4th place. Maxim Shurko gets through. That would have been on Daniel Hunt in the 488. As they come through, Lochmelis looks to be now in 10th place as we complete lap number 1. Vilkans leads by just over a 10th and a half ahead of Birstins. Janovskis down to 3rd. Shurko, Hunt, Buka round out the top 6. Now that's another position gained. Up to 9th goes Patrick Snolls. Lochmelis now has Tomas Rudokas just in front of him. And he's through. That's going to be 8th. Just in front will be, more than likely, that's one of the Sodi carts. Now up the hill. Birstins was 77 thousandths behind Vilkans. There's Janovskis, who's come back into this just under half a second. Maxim Shurko makes the top 4, covered by just over 8.5 tenths of a second as we've completed our second lap. We're on to lap number 3 of the race. Maxim Shurko, fastest lap of anybody. 44.403. Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis up 5 places, now in 8th, could very shortly be 7th. Or is that him in 7th? That is him in 7th. He's right on the back bumper. That is on Norris Denberg's 414 in the Sodi kart. Is he going to pull alongside? He's behind. Going through into turn number 2, and he's going to dive bomb up the inside through turn 3. That's masterful there from Lochmelis. Masterful, just carried the momentum through. Great pickup by the camera crew there as well, just to showcase the amount of positioning, the amount of placement that Lochmelis had. We've now got Shurko right on the back bumper because Birstins, well no, that's Birstins actually, who's in front of Shurko. So who is in front of them? That's Janovskis. Janovskis now up into P2. Now once Patrick Snolls Lochmelis hits clean air, he's been doing 44.2s. Leader's doing 43.9s at the moment. So Lochmelis up from 13th on the grid, he's up to 6th. That's 7 positions he's gained already. Now, this is where controlled, ruthless aggression comes into play. Lochmelis, I know, would have been disappointed and fired up for this final, but he knows more than anybody else how to win. Considering the fact he won the Winter Cup at Karting Campidos for the Euro Trophy earlier this year in February, and he won it on the road, which is where it should happen. And there is Lochmelis. Is that? Has he just closed all that? He has. Well, folks, 3 minutes in, Patrick Snolls Lochmelis is 1 place away from getting back into the top 5. The person in front of him, that's Daniel Hunt in the 488. Through turn 9, into 10. Now through the chicane here at 11. Lochmelis is probably going to get the run coming out of the final corner. Go up the hill. So it's either going to be turn 3, 4 or 5 that his attack will happen. Into turn 3, Hunt stays on the racing line. Into turn 4, both stay on the racing line. Now, is Lochmelis going to spring a surprise up the inside through turn 5? Not quite. Might be in the second half of the lap. But Lochmelis is now going to fire it through. That's turn 6, and that was cheeky, as if I've ever seen it. Lochmelis fires it from nearly halfway down the back stretch through turns 5 and 6 to get through on Daniel Hunt. That is a man that is in full confidence of himself and the car underneath. It's rocketed up the order, and now top 4. First on the list, Tomasz Birstins. You're going to now find out exactly who is behind you, but he probably already knows. He's probably already seen how quickly Lochmelis has fired his way up the grid. And by fire his way up the grid, he's rocketed up. He hasn't punted anybody off. He's been very, very controlled in when to use the aggressive overtake. And when he knows that he can make that move stick, that's when it becomes something impressive. That kind of performance. But Edgars Vilkan still leads the way with a third of this 15-minute race completed. He leads by 0.86 of a second. And it's Martin Zianovskis that rounds out the top 2. Maxim Shirko in the 4:35 completes the top 3. The youngster running very, very competitively. Let's not forget, 2 of these drivers I know from the same squad run by Martin Stankiewicz, who'll be in the DD2 Masters final up next. Both were juniors last year. Rotax still runs as a junior in the Euro Trophy, but Shirko has gone full DD2 campaign. Now what's the gap going to be between Lochmelis and Birstins? Just over 0.7 of a second as Shirko lets Birstins through. Now, I don't know, I think, I'm not too sure. Now, was that because Shirko might have had a problem? Or did he just think, well, he's like thinking, I'm not noticing anything untoward with regards to Shirko, unless they're trying to not let Lochmelis get past. Now, sometime, you know, I don't know what teams discuss pre or post race. I can only go by what I'm seeing. But whether, if Shirko's having to fight with a little bit of a problem on that kart, he's done the sensible thing by letting Birstins get past and go up to 3rd. Now, half a second separates these 3 here. I'm just trying to check to see if there's anything out of play. Oh, right, the front Nassau panel of Maxim Shirko's kart is pulling to the right. And if he's turning right into a corner, is that going to cause the Nassau panel to go across? Yeah, that's not straight. That Nassau panel is not straight at all for Maxim Shirko. That's probably why he let Birstins go through. So Patrick Knowles Lochmelis just on a 43.549. We've still got just over 7, and we've just got over half of this race still to run. Well, under half of this race to run, because at 8 minutes we hit 50%. Oh, someone's just pulled to the side of the road. Now, who was that? Please do not tell me that was the guy in second position. Oh, it was. Zianovskis is out. Zianovskis, he's out, and he's desolate. I saw the flash of the gold fleck on the livery, and oh no. To be running in second, 1.1 off of the leader, and past the halfway point, your kart gives up the ghost. Oh, that is devastating from Martin Zianovskis. Head in the steering wheel, and it was looking so promising because Zianovskis would have been in contention for a second win in a final this season. And now that's meant that Tomasz Birstins becomes second, Maxim Shirko third. But what I want to see, if he hasn't taken too much out of the tyres, what can we see from Patrick Knowles Lochmelis in the next 6 minutes and 25 seconds, plus an additional lap? Make that 4 seconds. That gap can be made up. But what Lochmelis has to do, get past Shurko, get past Birstins, and then go for it. So this time around here in Madonna, we are going to have 2 different winners from the 2 DD2 finals in this championship. A little bit of a slight clumsy exit out of the final corner by Maxim Shurko. Right rear wheel actually touched the grass and kicked up the dust on our camera that's just on the start-finish line, which really gives you a pretty cool understanding of the rate of speed that they come past the start-finish straight. Wonderful camera angle, and it just gives me goosebumps every single time I see a car at flat chat. Now Lochmelis, I think, is starting to he's decided, well, we're getting into the final third of the race. I need to get past. And I need to get past now. That's what I would do if I was Lochmelis, but as long as the tyres aren't falling off the edge of the cliff, up through turns 1 and 2 we go again. Now into 3. And now here goes the move up the inside. Through to 3rd position goes Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. Now he can start chasing down Thomas Birstins. But we've seen the pace of Maxim Shurko this year in DD2. I think that youngster from the Lithuanian squad is a talent to watch over the next 2, maybe 3 years in this class. If he can get, in his debut season as a DD2 driver, a podium at the Euro Trophy, what is next? However, with just over 4 minutes to go, Edgars Vilkan's advantage over Tomasz Birstins is 3.4 seconds. What's more, that is climbing. And we've got just under 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap left for Lochmelis to start winding up the wick to volume number 11. Now he's started to put some daylight between himself and Maxim Shurko. But Edgars Vilkans has not put a foot wrong. Started from pole position due to the unfortunate disqualification for being underweight for Lochmelis post pre-final. And Vilkans has put in the fastest lap of the race of anybody, a 43.328. That was back on lap 10. And we are now on lap number 18 of this race, soon to be concluded. 3 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And Lochmelis last time around was quicker by over 1.5 tenths. And that gap has come down to just over half a second between P2 and P3. Maxim Shurko running in a mid 43 point, well, a high 43.6. I think it might be a little bit more damage limitation here for Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. If he had the cart underneath him and the tyres underneath him, I think he probably would have already been past Birstins about a minute and a half ago, possibly, and then start cutting, scything into that lead of Edgars Vilkans. But if he can get second by the checkered from the back end of the grid, having picked up 5 places in the opening lap, if I was Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, I'd be pretty happy with that one, even though I was gutted for being found to be underweight post-qualifying. And these things do happen. I've seen it when Mick Knowlson back in 2018 for the senior Rotax finale in Wackersdorf. He was less than a kilo underweight and he got disqualified, had to keep it as a score, and then ended up losing the title by 2 points to then the very, very talented Swede by the name of Hannes Morin, running with Dan Holland Racing. Hannes did everything right, put the best foot forward, won the pre-final and the final, which is where the points were required as we head into the final minutes of this race here for DD2. And again, Lochmelis was close to being a tenth and a half quicker than Tomasz Birstins as we go on to our penultimate lap. Lap number 21. Lap number 21 out of 23 completed. We're on to lap 22. Lochmelis has about a lap and a half to go to get past Tomasz Birstins and take second in the final. It'll be a small consolation for what could have been had he been if he'd either been on or overweight on the scales. I think second would be a fitting way for the 418 to see out this weekend. 16 minutes have elapsed. One more lap to go. And there are the two Birrell ARTs. Lochmelis now decides to pull the pin, pull the trigger. When is the move going to happen? Not quite through turn number 4. And in doing that, he's lost all that momentum that he just carried. Can he do something special in the final few corners? Maxim Shurko is still with them. He's in 4th at the minute. Our race leader, however, about to come through turn 9 and 10 for the final time, because Edgars Vilkans has led every single lap, and he starts to celebrate the 477 from RM Latvia. Takes the victory here in the final at round 2 and wins it by 3.5 seconds. And that's what it means to the RM Latvia driver. He can now celebrate. And sportsmanship between him and Tomasz Birstins in the 411. After 23 laps, Edgars Vilkans takes the win in the 477 ahead of Tomasz Birstins. And you know what? You have to stand up and applaud Patrick Snolls Lochmelis. Last on the grid, 13th to 3rd at the end of it. Maxim Shurko, 4th. Daniel Hunt, 5th. Norris Stenbergs, Thomas Rudokas, Ricards Vegvargas, Chris Jornzemis. Then we got Elmars Mikkelsens, Mikkeles Buka, and Adrians Lassis rounding out the 12 that finished all 23 laps of racing. 5 finals down, 2 to go. As next up we have DD2 Masters out on track. So, it's our last of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia competitors. DD2 Masters, green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. And here is your starting order ahead of 16 minutes plus an additional lap. It's Martinas Stankiewicz and Mikolas Mazinas in the 5.33 and the 5.75. It's a Lithuanian front row lockout on Latvian soil ahead of Ivars Us and Martins Rollis. Rikārds Kansims and Pritsai on row 3. Jurisalaitis and Ilya Aloskins on row number 4. Rudis Klavins and Arman Gans will be on the 5th row, thereby completing the top 10. Kristaps Kaliksons and Margus Kingu round out the top 12, with Mariana Baranovskaya rounding out the 13-strong grid. It's now time to go on to the formation lap. We saw some dramas in the heats yesterday, most notably the incidents between Jurisalaitis and Pritsai. And then we also had the incident involving Mikolas Mazinas and Rikārds Kansims, with the latter actually turning in, and I think made a little bit of contact with Mazinas' right rear and then spun the 509 around accordingly. The breeze has started picking up again. The reason how I know that is that on the tent where I'm commentating from, the panels are being blown in by the breeze. That is a wonderful thing to have for the drivers. Sun still prevalent overhead as the drivers get ready to go racing for one final time. Stankiewicz on pole, Mazinas on the outside of the front row. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? DD2 Masters is go, go, go! And a great start by Ivars Us. I think also, is that the 509 that's got through? Kansims from 5th on the grid up to P3. Lightning start, and Mazinas looking up the inside, through on the 509 into turn 5. Remember what happened when you two went side by side in the heat yesterday, Mikolas? It wasn't you that was on the wrong end of the foot, it was the person in front of you that was. And was actually 180 degrees the wrong way. Pritsai rounding out the top 7 positions as Stankiewicz is trying to strike early and get a little bit of a lead. And that lead is nearly 8.5 tenths of a second after the opening lap by Martinas Stankiewicz. So Ivars Us, Rikārds Kansims, Mikolas Mazinas, and then we've got the number 515 of Martins Rollis rounding out the top 5. Jurisalaitis has got Pritsai not too far behind. And then we've also got the 569, Rudis Klavins, as Pritsai looking up the inside, a little bit of a touch, front right to rear left, and Pritsai has to back out of that. Come across the line to complete lap number 2. Stankiewicz still leads. Gap now is nearly 1.3 seconds as Mikolas Mazinas was nearly sideways going into turn 3 and looking up the inside of Rikārds Kansims on that particular occasion. But the 509 holds his ground and stays in 3rd at this moment. And that is a big old train that's being led by Ivars Us at this moment as they come through out of turn number 8 into the left here at 9. That brings them onto the final 3 corner complex of this 1,060 metre circuit. Dankovic's lead is under 1.3. It's now 1.8. Oh, he's absolutely flying as the Lithuanian. 44.987 seconds. Mikolas Mazinas is trying to get through, and he's looking up the inside. Was there a little bit of a touch between him and Ricards Kaunzims? Lightning has struck twice again for the 509. Oh my goodness, it might have just been the slightest touch between the pair. And Ricards Kaunzims' luck here in Madonna in 2 out of the 3 races has been pretty much down and out for the count. However, 3 minutes of this race have gone, folks. 13 still to go. Where is the 509 in the order? Well, he's going to be dropping down quite a bit. He's going to be down in his 10th position. And he was running 3rd. We'll make that 11th now. Because Margus Kingu, or Ricards Kaunzims, now down in 12th. And he's 13.8 seconds off of Dankovic's, leading the way. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody, that, you know, you have the slightest touch. It's a tight right-hand hairpin, turn number 4. Dankovic's is taking a Saturday afternoon drive in the countryside here in the Vidzeme region, here in Latvia. 3.1 seconds is now his advantage. Pritsai up into 6 has got Jurisalaitis just in front, as well as the 5.15 of Martins Rollis. Pritsai looks over his right shoulder, sees Ilya Aloskins just behind. And Mazinas is trying to get past Ivars Us for that 2nd place, and if he does so, he'll have the opportunity to start pushing and go after Martinas Dankovic's, whose lead was 3.1 seconds. After 6 laps, it's now nearly 3.8. And Mazinas just needs to have that little air of patience, which he seems to be having at the moment in the 575 on the IPK Praga chassis. Well, now he's right with the 520, looks up the inside through into turn 6. Oh, now I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of a touch between the pair. Or it might have just been the fact that Ivar Zurs ended up running wide, coming out of that turn 6 corner through because of the send from Mikolas Mazinas. Now there's the train behind. Jurisalaitis has got Pritsai for close company. Ilya Aloskins is also in that mix, along with Klavins. That was a bit clumsy by one of the Sodi carts. That was the 511 of Zalaitis. And that was Rudis Klavins just behind. So Pritsai in the meantime has now got behind Martins Rollins. That's 5th place for the Estonian. He's got Ilya Aloskins just behind in the 599. Now that was a moment there for Rollis going through the left side. Tyres might be a little bit dirty on the 515 Sodi cart because Pritsai is closing. So is Aloskins. So is Zalaitis, and Pritsai looks for the move. The only person this weekend I've seen do that. He did a Mark Webber style on Fernando Alonso style move like a couple of years ago at Aarhus at Spa-Francorchamps in Formula 1. Pritsai just went for it and made it happen. That guy had a serious big pair of cojones to do that. Rudis Calvin's going side by side with Jurisalaitis. There's the Paralin chassis just behind him. That is the 595 of Armandskanks. Cancelling that one. But Pritsai, Kevin, you saw a big moment where someone had a big pair and just sent it. That was it. That was brilliantly done by Pritsai there. Well done to that man. And now that means he's got an opportunity of chasing down Ivars Us for third place, as Mikolas Mazinas is now nearly 6.1 seconds behind Martina Stankiewicz, who still continues to lead after 9 laps. We're about to go on to lap number 11. So this is where it really comes down to who's wanting to get the opportunity, who's wanting to push through, as now that is, it's more than likely Baranovskaya that has just been passed on the older variants of the Birel ART, and Baranovskaya just trying to keep out of the way. Britsai, however, is gunning for third place. Now into turn 9, has got Ivarzus in the number 520 Sodi cart just up ahead. Not that much separates them as Martina Stankiewicz just goes on to lap number 12, and up the inside through turn 12 goes Britsai. Ivarzus says no you don't, tries to play chicken with the Estonian. And the 519 was able to hold third place as a direct result of that. We still have 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Stankiewicz is just literally on another planet. I think he's probably halfway home to Vilnius right now with the gap he's got. It's 7.4 seconds. He's putting in fastest laps like it's a qualifying session. He's just done a mid 44.3. Now he's done a mid 44.2. And his lead is the best part of nearly 7.6 seconds. There he is coming out of turn number 5. He's one of the nicest people in the paddock, but also look at his driving style. There is no leaning into corners, sits very, very upright. He's a very, very tall chap. He's about 6'3", 6'4". Makes me feel like when I caught up with him on the Sunday after the first round of RMC Nordic in Šiauliai, when we went to Vilnius and had a look around the old towns such as the university, I just remembered how tall he was, and I had the Grand Tour Richard Hammond complex, being that I'm about 5'8" and a bit. I had the bit just for comic value there. But the way he's just been putting in fastest laps like nobody's business, it just goes to show the calibre of the individual, and is in the running for this year's Euro Trophy crown. He was runner-up last year in the championship, coming just after the final race of the weekend at Wackersdorf. But he is very much, he actually took the win in the DD2 Masters classification of Val d'Argenton. But into the last 5.5 minutes we go. Oh, did he lift off and do a little bit of lift and coast on that lap? He did a 44.3. His fastest lap of the race, 44.225. There are still some battles to be waged and wars to be won, such as this one here, which has got Martins Rollis, Ilya Aloskins, Rudis Klavins, and that is Juris Alaitis just behind, I think, in the 511, which is the case on the Sodi kart. As there's someone just waving everybody by. A bit too close to the apex, I think, on that one. It might be... that might be Margus Kingle in the 572. Blue flags being waved, so that might have been the case. But Klavins has a little sniff of an opportunity there. Trying to get past Ilya Aloskins in the 599. And with Martins Rollis leading the way in that one. Klavins giving Aloskins the hurry up, going through out of turn 10 into 11, now into the left-hander at 12. Well, Mikolas Mazinas, the lead between him and Martina Stankiewicz. has dropped just under 7.7 seconds with 3 3/4 minutes to go. If anyone might remember the pre-final yesterday, that Mazinas was actually closing in, whereas Tankevicius knew that he had a big enough gap in order to not go 11 tenths, not go 110% on the kart, to make sure it was in fine fettle for this afternoon's race here in the final. Just goes to show the calibre of the 533, the man leading the Lithuanian Birol ART squad. The gap now changes again because Tankevicius puts in a 44.252. That's 27 thousandths behind his best lap so far of the races. We're on to lap number 18. This scrap here, though, the battle for 5th place, being led by Matis Rolis, Ilya Aloskins, ahead of Rudis Klavins, and there is Juris Elaitis in the 511, bringing up the rear of it. So that's 5th to 8th position. 4 drivers in total, as Badanovskaya will have to let them through again. Everyone just has to take a tighter line through turns 9 and 10 in order to get past the 526. Lap 19, nearly halfway through, courtesy of the race leader Martinas Tankevicius. There are 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Looks to be a mere formality at the sharp end of the field. Ricardo Skanzemis rounds out the top 10 overall and was running in a solid P3 until that drama happened. Not too sure if the stewards might make anything of it, but there we go. Barn door has been opened and Klavins up the inside of Aloskins and then turns himself around by going into the back and then straight away compromises Juris Elaitis, who ends up going wide, going into the approach into turn 4, out of turn number 3. Oh dearie me, that just goes to show, and well, yeah, that 569 has seen better days. A real shame though, because Klavins could have gotten a top 5 at the end of this race. We're into the final 48 seconds. And Tankevicius is making his way through the infield part. He's coming through turn 7, now into turn 8. What a drive it's been from this man here. His early 30s, running in the DD2 Masters classification. They've dropped the age limit as well for entry into DD2 Masters, so Tankevicius is one of the fastest out there. 2 laps to go. And he's got a comfortable lead. Mazinas, what's the gap between him and Mazinas? 8.3 seconds. I'm also going to cast my mind back to Heat 2 for DD2 Masters last year at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. DD2, they went on wets and it dried up, and half the field found their tyres were absolutely knackered afterwards. DD2 Masters went and saw, there's no rain coming, we're going to go onto slicks. Martinas Tankevicius, okay, it was a 6-kart field, but he was sliding through every single corner, and he's got 1 more lap to go. Tankevicius into the final kilometre of the DD2 Masters final here at Madonna in the east part of Latvia, 170 kilometres away from Riga, the capital city. It's been masterful. It's been magnificent from Martinas Tankevicius. No more superlatives can be said about this gentle giant in the paddock. But when he's behind the wheel, nothing will stop him getting what he wants. And that's going to be the race victory, because 1 more corner remains. Tankevicius triumphs here in Latvia for round 2 of the season in dominant, dynamic fashion. It's a Lithuanian 1-2, courtesy of Mikolas Mazinas. Pritsai came back from disaster and he takes third, representing Estonia. Ivars Urs, Ilya Oloskins, Martins Rollis, Jurisalaitis. That is your top 7. Armand Kangs rounds out the top 8 ahead of Richard Kaunzims, with Christophs Galixons rounding out the top 11. Margus Kingu was the person congratulating Martina Stankiewicz. Mariana Baranovskaya finishes 2 laps down in 12th, and unfortunately Rudis Klavins not making it to the end. His race coming to an abrupt halt on lap 19 out of 23. But there's one more race to close out the action here in Madonna in Latvia. It's the final for Tillotson T4. Over 23 kilometres of racing set to take place as the final gets underway momentarily. So the 225cc, all 19 engines, all 19 of them have been fired up as we get ready for our 21st and final race of the weekend. It's Tillotson T4, the final. 6 laps yesterday in the heat, 10 laps in the pre-final. Now we go double the distance for 20 laps. Here is your starting grid for one final time. So on the front row, it's Yanis Chudovs with Christopher Zaune on the front row. Haris Gladkins and Davis Almans on row 2. Kiris Dimitrevs and Petris Rusa on row 3. Row 4, it's Rival Dripe with Elisabetta Johan Sulce rounding out the top 4 rows. Andreas Klinzans, and then we've got Juris Kavelis completing the top 10. Rudolfs, Toms Berzins, Daniels, Peteris Berzins rounding out the top 12. Gerits Lapskans, and then we've got Christianis Saune, Daci Grosberger, Iveta Akmenikalne, Martin Slitovs, Roland Stripe, and Liga Dripe rounding out the total of the 19-strong grid. And thank you very much to Edgars for helping me to improve my Latvian pronunciation as well. Thank you, big man. Very much appreciated. But we have 20 laps to go. It has been, from my side, a real privilege and a real pleasure to be here in this part of the world. And I'm looking forward to being back for RMC Nordic, which will coincide with round 4 of this championship between the 21st and the 22nd of July. 19 Tillotson T4s lined up, ready to race for one final time. It's 20 laps of this 1.06 kilometre circuit. Hidden Madonna in just 170 kilometres east of the capital city of Latvia, Riga. So, Chudovs on pole, Saune alongside, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, the Tillotson T4 final starts now. Green flag in the air, and one falters at the back end, starts jumping up and down in the seats as the field makes its way through into turns 1 and 2. Someone goes bumping over the curves, mullering the front bumper. Might have been Klinzans in the 923, someone bumping over the curves through down through into turn 3. As there is a bit of a skirmish. That is for around about 7th position. 4 carts involved. As the leaders make their way through, the right-hander at turn 6 into the left at 7. More overtakes being facilitated. Going through into turn 7. Now into turn number 8. Now through 9. As we go into turns 11. Or turn 10, 11, now into 12 as we complete the first lap. Leading the way by a mere nothing is Yanis Chudovs. Haris Gladkins is in second. Christopher Zaune rounds out the top 3 with Davis Almans, the winner from Kandava, in the final 4th position. Raivio Dripe has moved up from 7th to 5th ahead of Kiros Dimitrevs. Andris Klinzans completes the top 7 as they go through into turn 7 now before the run through into the right-hander here at turn 8. So line astern between the top 3. Zalmans might look to join that very, very shortly because the top 4 were covered by just over 3/4 of a second. Now, bearing in mind these carts are limited to just over 6,500 RPM by a rev limiter, helps to ensure the longevity of the use of the 225cc engines, as that is a move. That Zalman's up the inside of Zaune through for P3. Zaune put in the fastest lap of the race, 51.187, as they head through into turn number 6 on lap number 3 out of 20. 17 to go after this one. So Zalmans did win the previous race, the previous final at Kandava in the latter part of May. We'll look to do it again here in Madonna, here in Latvia. But Chudov's still leading. Gladkins, Zalman, Zaune, Dripe, that's Rival Dripe in 5th position. The top 4 were covered by just over 6/10 after the opening 3 laps. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is now the 919 in 9th position. Daniels Peteris Berdzins. Berdzins 51.018. Gladkins looking for a move on Chudovs to get the race lead, but Zalmans is waiting in the wings in the 949. Can't quite get through. Heading into turn 9 and then into 10. Still a long way to go in this race. Lap 4 out of 20 completed. 16 to go, including this one. But the 919 in 9th position again sets another fastest lap of the race. 50.857 this time. Top 4, rounded out by Christopher Zaunit, is 0.77. Zalman's looking to the left-hand side of Gladkins, going through into turn 6. Nearly opens the door for Zaunit just behind to get through. But then when you've got the likes of Rival Dripe, Kiros Dimitrevs, Andres Klinzans, then you've got Juris Calveles and Daniels Peteris Berdzins rounding out the top 9. Petris Russo rounds out the top 10. And has there been a change for the lead? Not quite yet. No change between the top 4 at this time. They were covered by just a fraction over half a second. All 19 drivers still running. Elisabetta Johansson has gone up the order. Started 8th, now currently 11th position. So we'll look to try and see if she can close the gap. That gap between 10th and 11th is going to be 4/10. The top 3 were covered by just over 0.37 of a second. Top 4 covered by 7.5/10. As again, Zalman's looking for that outside, going into turn 6. Is he trying to keep the inside line? He's going to run wide. Oh, that was very, very close between Zalmans and Zaunit for that 3rd position. Because if Zalmans had gone any further wide, coming out of turn number 6, the 915 would have been through rather quickly. But with the top 9 covered by just over 2.9 seconds, there are still 13 laps to go, including this one. Leader now starting to break away. Chudovs is a bit further up the road. Christopher Zaunit trying to put the pressure onto David Zalmans, and that's easier said than done, considering the Zalmans was looking straight forward as opposed to looking over his shoulders going through that part of the circuit. A little bit further back, the 999. Rival Dripe is having a real ding-dong battle with 2 other drivers, Kirill Dimitrevs and Andres Klinzans. That's for 5th on the road, the 999 versus the 965 versus the 923. They've got to be careful, though, because about half a second behind them is Juris Calveles in the 969, who has got the driver that's got the fastest lap of the race so far. Daniels Petris Berdzins in the 919. So that could throw another 2 additional karts to the party, as now this time through on the inside. But that was not a change for 2nd position, because Gladkins had gotten away from David Zalmans on that particular occasion. But Gladkins trying to go over and try and beat Chudovs out on the circuit. There's the battle for P3 and P4. their way through the final corner. As there is a rumble of the 225cc displacement engines here on these Tillotson T4s. Hence their very, very distinctive rumble down the start-finish straight that I can hear every time they go by. Coming up to halfway in this race, and Yanis Judov still leads the way. Alice Gladkin still in second. Third, it's the driver that started on the outside of row number 2, David Salmans, ahead of Christopher Zaunit, who started on the outside of the front row and is kept with the remainder of the top 4. They're in front of him at the moment. Oh, and dearie me, 939 has just had a drama. Martin Zritovs. And look at this for a scrap at the front. The top 3 were covered by 2/10 after 10 laps. Craziness. Absolute craziness. Then you look at the battle between Raivo Dripe, Kirill Dimitrevs, Andris Klinzans and Daniels Petris Beresins. The gap between them was just over 3/10 in their own right. Davis Salmons, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of the race and has put in a 50.401. Now is up to second. So Yanis Judovs has got to start defending. We're on lap number 11 out of 20. 9 to go after this one. And that is... There's a little bit of internal communication going on there between 923 Andris Klinzans and Daniels Petris Berzins. And that is Juris Calvelis just behind. So it looks like Berzins is actually one of the youngest drivers on the field. And actually has got the full Tillotson race suit as well to boot. Now we have had a change for... Right, okay, just trying to see what is happening at the front. Davis Zalmans is now in the lead and is starting to stride away. The 949 hits the front on lap number 12 out of 20. 8 to go after this one. What's the lead at the moment? Nearly 6/10. That's a lot when you think about it. And Zalmans last time did a 51.136. Yanis Judovs did a 51.823. Lost nearly 7/10 of a second to the driver in front. But Sani is not done yet. Jumping up and down in the seat coming through the chicane. Don't do that. He's trying to steer left and right. I was, down the start finish straight, I could understand it. Between turns 5 and 6, I can understand it. But not halfway through a chicane, please. Just when you think you've seen it all in karting, then something else like that happens. But Davis Salmans leading the way. That gap is going to probably stabilise what it is now, with 14 laps set to be completed very, very shortly out of the 20 scheduled. We've had a little bit of a drama. That was with Iveta Akmenikali in the 926, I think was one of the drivers. Didn't really catch out the other number. It was 99, but I don't know who it was at the back end. I'll find out as they will cross the line very, very soon. It could be Roland Stripe. They were battling over 13th position. Zalmans continues to hold the lead at about 7.5 of a second, give or take a few thousandths or hundredths here or there. Judov still holding on to P2 ahead of number 915, and that is Christopher Zaunit. Haris Gladkins rounds out the top 4. Kirill Dimitrevs as... Oh, no, there is the... oh, no, that's Ravia Dripe in the number 999 was running 6th and is out of the race with 5 laps to go. Oh, dearie me. Not exactly what is needed right there for the 999. The lead is now increased by about a tenth. As second and third, squabbling over the scraps on the table, or the leftovers in one respect or another. So we've got a battle between 965 Dimitrevs and 991 Gladkins. That is for 4th position on the road. We're getting towards the last fifth of this race. So we're now on to lap number 17 out of 20. 4 laps to go, including this one. Davis Salmans was the winner at Kandahar a few weeks ago. So it was basically 3 weeks ago that occurred. Could be the fact that our leader could be further extending that gap as we are coming down to the last 3 laps. So Zalmans crosses the line, 3 to go. Lead now expands to 1.1 seconds, and a new fastest lap has just sprung up on the timesheets. 50.369. Kirill Dimitrevs in 5th position. Now holds that honour and is about 0.3 of a second away from Haris Gladkins in the 991. Little battle happening here. That is 965. That is Dimitrevs, and that is the 991 of Gladkins just up ahead. So could there be a change imminently for 4th place? Some great dueling here between the two. Gladkins keeping on the racing line. Dimitrevs trying to look for the opportunity to get through as we're going to go on to 2 laps remaining. And Yanis Chudovs has decided to pull the trigger and start closing in on Davis Salmans for the race lead. But with about a lap and a half still to go, Chudovs has got a lot to try and get through. But however, side by side out of turn 5. This is for 4th position. Gladkins holds his nerve and stays on the racing line. So Kirill Dimitrevs unable to get through in the 965 up to 4th position. Very shortly, 1 lap to go. Not only the last lap of the race, but it is the last lap of the meeting. Final last lap board is out here in Madonna in Latvia as Tillotson T4 brings the weekend to a close. And Davis Salmans has extended his lead to 1.2 seconds. And there is the battle for P2. Chudovs has got Zauni right behind. That's Kristoffer Zauni. There's Kirill Dimitrevs trying to get through on Haris Gladkins for that 4th place, but I think it's going to be to no avail. But where is our race leader at the moment? He'll be coming through turn 10, turn 11, turn 12. And it's going to be another victory in the final in a row. Davis Salmans celebrates after 20 laps in the Tillotson T4 final. Pats the steering wheel and says, well done. You got me there. You got me there. And that was a comeback story like Cinderella. Zalmans pinged for being underweight after the heat. Started at the back part of the field in the pre-final and started in 4th place. Yanis Judovs will have to wait another time, maybe for round 3 in Rotax, just outside of Riga, in just 21 days' time, between the 30th of June and the 1st of July. For round 3, that will mark the halfway point of the championship. Christopher Zaune is in third. Hannes Gladkins, Kirill Dimitrievs rounds out the top 5. Daniels Petris Berzins 6th, and the fastest lap of the race, a 50.355, done on the 20th and final lap of the race. Andris Klinzans, Juris Kalveles, Petris Rusa and Giz Lapskans rounds out the top 10. Elisabetta Johan Zulze rounds out 11th, ahead of Christianis Saune in the 910. Rudolfs Toms Berzins, Roland Stripe, Dazik Rosberga, Iveta Akmenikalne, Martins Ritovs and Liga Dripe rounding out the 18 strong. Unfortunately, the 999 would retire with a few laps to go. Well, that rounds out the live stream coverage for the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia season, and also the second round of, the continuation of the Latvian Karting Championship this year in 2023. What a joy we've had here, just 170 kilometres east of the Latvian capital city of Riga, where I'll be heading to tonight to catch my flight at 9:15 this evening. It's been a wonderful day of racing. It's been a wonderful weekend. The sun has been on our side. And there are a few thank yous to say. First of all, a big thank you to Yanis, the organiser behind the scenes. Also, the Latvian Athletic Federation for their support, as well as the sponsors of the championship all the way through the 2023 season. We also had to thank timekeeping, the stewards, race control. We also have to thank Edgar's and the team at No Limits Video Production. They have put on a fantastic broadcast. I have to say a big thank you to everyone that has welcomed me to the paddock here in Latvia. I've really enjoyed my time here. I'm looking forward to coming back to Rotax at 333 Sports Complex in about 6 weeks' time for round 4 of the championship. But on behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt, your lastminute.com commentator for this weekend, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening. And I will see you all for round 4 of the championship, which coincides with the second round of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic between the 21st and the 22nd of July. Until then, ciao for now. See you next time. Goodbye.